Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to the live stream, which is not showing up. Why is. There we go. Oh, no. Okay, guys and gals, how are you doing? We are back at the farm. It is 8:54 in the morning. We have $83,000. We reset this. We got 250 sheep. Look at all the sheep. Y'all are my sheep. Make wool. Okay. Don't have much hay or grass or anything like that. And I need money. So let's take a look at the contracts. See if we got any good contracts that we could do. Fertilizing. Field 50. Okay. I can do that. Harvesting. I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that one. Don't want to do that one. I saw some cotton that was ready. Nobody has the cotton? Plowing. 13,000. Oh, that's right. We need to buy a plow, don't we? I tell you what, let's take that. Field 51. Okay. Now go to the store. Need a plow. Yeah, we're gonna have to finance that. Finance 6 months. So let's hop in the tractor. Yeah, we gotta wait. Take our key, start the engine. No. We only got, well, we got this way or the other side of the sheep. And we just bought a plow, or financing a plow. Can't lease equipment, can't lease buildings, can only buy buildings. So if like the rope production, I can't lease it, but I can buy it if I want the rope. Or put any productions down, I have to buy. I have to have the money for it too. You can't finance. I can't take out any loans other than financing vehicles. That's the only loan I'm allowed to take. So we're doing pretty good. What's this? Okay. We got a 6R tractor. We started off with a 6M. Oh no, I want this way. And where are we going to? 51? Where is 51? Oh, there by the granary. Okay, we're here, so up and down. Okay. Alright. Up and across. I'm here, yeah. Okay. Oops. Evidently, I took the corner too sharp. Everybody know I'm coming. Yeah. Drive the tractor over. I hope this tractor can pull it. I gotta buy the rope factory. Going field 51, there's field 52. Okay. I want to make sure I get the right field, not the wrong field. I get paid if I do the right field. I get in trouble if I do the wrong field. No. Thank you. Maybe. Okay, the tractor can pull it 9 miles an hour. That's the speed. That's good. And here we are, plowing the field. It's going to be a lot quicker than the small plow. This is about the biggest plow there is. It's the same size as the cultivator. It's actually the same model, just a plow instead of a cultivator. Yeah, we're just gonna start going up and down. Not doing two rows, two headers. Now let's go up and down. Hey, Jeremy, how are you doing today? Hang on a second. Oh, there we go. There we go. 55% done. That's quick. I thought it was a larger field. The money I'm getting paid. Deer watching the deer. Telling you, the deer love the deer. They love the John Deere. Yes, they do. They never seen a green deer. And one that has wheels, not legs, and can tow things and do work. They love the deer. You got to love the deer, the John Deere. 73% done. 85% done. It's actually going pretty quick. Thank you guys for the like. $95 done. I love I love GPS. I really do. And we are finished. Okay, that's all we're gonna do. Okay, contracts, collect, go to active. Oh, let's do the mowing contract because I need grass. Okay, field 34. Okay, we take the ferry back and forth. Yeah, that's no problem. That field's plowed. We're going to do the mowing contract next. That's free grass for our goats, sheep. We need the wool so we can buy the rope factory. Whoa! Pull out right in front of a tractor. That makes sense. What? Don't you see the stop sign? Stupid cars. Honks the horn. He pulls out in front of me. He honks the horn. Like it's my fault. He must be from New York. Must be from New York. He's not from Riverbed Springs. Oh. That car stopped. This guy's avoiding me now because he knows I hit him. I should have kept all that grass if I knew what I was planting. But I didn't know what I was planting. There's our sheep. We're home. We got trees growing. That's good. I gotta plant some more trees. Oh. No, I didn't tell you to get out. I told you to get out. Yeah, we'll take you over here. Okay, where are we going? Here we go. I don't know why it didn't want to work, but it wasn't. Oh, I forgot. That might be why everything was screwed up. I forgot to fold it up. Or did I hit the X button by accident? I made more room for the honey. All right. You go over there. Put you here. Move you here. Yeah, that's good. Okay, now the mower. Where's the mower? Right in front of me. And we'll get the baler. I'm not making hay, I'm making grass. Oh, crap. I got the weight on. I gotta get the weight off. Put the weight over here so I don't lose it. Okay. Alright, back up. Nope, wrong way. Okay. Oh yeah, we gotta take the ferry. Yeah, okay, no problem. Uh, which ferry do I take? Okay, it's the one by the shop. Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. Okay, we got a plow, we got a cultivator, we got a baler, we got a mower, we got a tedder, I need a windrow and a cedar. Now I can buy some land, plant some grass of my own, keep the sheep fed. Can't lease equipment. So, if I buy land, it has to have nothing on it, no crops until I buy. So buy a harvester. I'm planning on getting cows. What the hell? E- Okay, computer's acting up today. Waiting for the ferry to cross. I like the Survivor series. And here we go. We're in October. Um, okay. Oh, X. X. Come on. Okay, B. No. Why? I didn't. What the heck? B. B. No. B. Ah, come on. I'm not hitting those buttons. Hitting that button. Stuck on the bridge. What are you doing? Screw this. I screwed this field up. Okay, B, X, and X. Let's double check, make sure there's no more grass fields need to be mowed. Nope. Okay, back home. Get the baler. Hi, dear. No, I didn't. 83. We need to get to at least 100 plus before I sleep the next day. Stay here. I'll be right back with the baler. It's controller. Supposed to have been here last Sunday. Then it was supposed to be here Wednesday. Now it's going to be next Wednesday. Amazon. Amazon Prime is supposed to be 2-day delivery when I bought it. They said, hey, wait until Saturday, Amazon Day, or whatever it was called. And you'll get a gift. Okay, I picked that instead of the 2-day. Then I get a message, oh, I'll be here Wednesday. No, be here Wednesday. Okay, then I get another message, I'll be here Sunday. I got another message to be here this coming Wednesday. What is going on here? Don't you all know how? I'm coming by. UPS and a school bus had wrecked. Head-on collision. UPS drives head-on into school bus. No kids were on the bus at the time, luckily, and only minor injuries were received. The UPS driver was placed under arrest for child endangerment, even though there were no kids on board. Hey, Farmer Joe. Like my reporting? Whoa, where are you going? You need to. This controller. What am I on? I need to change that to back. No, forward. I'm pressing the forward button. This controller's about had it. It's only 5 years old. Okay, and G, and disconnect. Let's go get the baler. Bale up that grass. Come back here and get the trailer. And pick up all the bales. A lot of back and forth. Okay, back to the ferry. We got Farmer Joe here. We got Jeremy here. We got the crazy redhead here. Oh, that's for you. Oh, okay. Yeah, you have to be here. I know. That's why I'm here. Okay. Let's see if the UPS and bus accident has been cleared up on the bridge. They did it on a bridge. Yep, Highway Patrol cleared it up. Good job, Highway Patrol. Clearing the wreck up. Doing your job. Congratulations. You get a badge. Oh, you already got one. Never mind. Disregard. Here we go. Up to the sky. Ah, we gotta wait for the barge. The fast moving barge. Look how fast it's going. You could have made it. Barge would have stopped. I do like the details on the togue. It's past. Go. So we're in day 3 of in the 4th episode. I do have the mod that allows me to bale the grass and pick up the bales, but you gotta do it before you turn in the contract. That much I remember from FS 22. I hit a big bug, and look, it just splatted right in my windshield. What happened to cars getting out of the farm equipment way? I remember those days. Actually, in North Carolina, farm equipment has the right of way, and vehicles with red and white, and red and blue lights have the right of way. You get a ticket if you don't pull over. Yeah, you do. Ask a truck driver that wouldn't pull over for my ambulance to Rick. Ask him what happened. He got a ticket when I told the trooper who pulled up about 2 minutes later. I said, "Hey, see that truck? Yeah." He doesn't believe in pulling over for ambulances. And he's like, "Don't worry, I'll get him." I'm like, "Okay." He went right over there and started talking to that truck driver. Took care. Luckily, nobody was injured at the wreck. Talked to the trooper. Said, "Yeah, I gave him a ticket." He knows now when he sees red and white lights or red and blue lights, he better pull over or get a $700 ticket plus court costs. And court costs is another $200. That's ridiculous. I got a ticket for expired tags. They were 2 days expired, and the trooper gave me a damn ticket. It was, but it was only a $20 fine. It's only a $20 fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it was $225 after court costs. Courts like ripping people off. I'm gonna get 2 bales. Yeah, crazy drivers. I mean, I was a firefighter paramedic for 35 years. I drove a big red engine and big red squad truck. People see you coming, they slam on your brakes. Said pull over to the right like you're taught in driver's ed. At least that's what I was taught in driver's ed back in the 80s. I don't know about now. Or they slam on the brakes, or they just like, so? I don't care. You go around. I'm driving here. I worked in D.C. for D.C. Fire. They used to have the police actually follow us to calls. And if anybody wouldn't pull over for us, they would get a ticket. I don't think they do that anymore. We try to get up as much of this stuff as we can. Let me pick up some of that. Okay. I don't know how that happened. I missed that whole squat. I mean, I live in Wayne County, North Carolina. I lived in a town called Grantham. Everybody in Grantham knew everybody. I mean, literally, everybody knew everybody. They knew exactly who you were. They know if you had diarrhea or not. It was that kind of town. But big farming community. People, they'll, they'll be bringing down the harvesters for the tobacco and the trailers for the tobacco or the cotton or the soybeans. And people just, they see this big harvester coming down the road. They just stop in the middle of the road and like, go around. Don't you see this big tractor? It's taking up the whole lane. You can pull over to the shoulder. It's not like there's shoulders on the road. Oh yeah, there is. How about that? Uh, yeah. Gotta turn that off first, then hit Y, then hit X. Now we go get the trailer. Oh yeah, hit B. The AI drivers here are crazy too. But I'm crazy. I worked for Wayne County EMS here in Wayne County, and I was chief of Grantham Rescue. And then the fire department had to take over the rescue squad. I was also on Grantham Fire Department, and I was in charge of all. Wasn't an officer at Grantham Fire Department, but anytime there was an extrication or rescue, any type of rescue, I was the one that was in charge. Even if the chief was on scene, I was the one in charge. That was the agreement that fire chief and I had. He was a good chief. I loved him. I loved Richard. Richard, if you're watching this, I love you. You're a great chief. But we had a lot of farming accidents and combines catching on fire. I mean, we had a special engine just so we could go onto farmers' fields. We had a 4x4 fire engine. It was our farm response vehicle and our third duty engine. It was nice. I loved it. We had three engines: a regular engine, old 1982 engine, and 1982 tanker. I actually find this quicker than going around. Cutting through the dealership. Yeah. We had a rescue squad. We had a big old rescue squad, an old New York, a retired New York rescue squad. That was that big. We also did water rescues and all that. It was fun. I loved it. I enjoyed it. They had them. We only had one or two water rescues. That was it. I didn't tell you to do that. I told you to do this. Now for the trailer. Take a shortcut. Go get the bales, buddy. Give them to the sheep when you come back. Okay. Excuse me. Uh, don't own land yet. Need a cedar. And now this grass is what I need. Hey guys, it's me again. Thank you for waiting. I'm gonna keep you busy. Make sure you earn your money today. They should have had it where you just press R. You don't get out of your vehicle. Just press R. It's like when you pull up to the gas station. Just press R. You don't get out. Pump the gas. This automatically fills up. They should have done that with this trigger. I can see going to the gate and getting out and pressing a button to call for the ferry. But when you're on the ferry, they see that you're here. Okay, maybe I won't hit it. Have a car come down this time. It's a little 6R can book up the hill with the trailer. I saw a car come. I had 5. Only have 4. Okay. That's not bad. Well, they got hay now. Oh yeah, let's collect the contract. Not new, old. Actually, let's refresh. Cultivating 9,000. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah. Field 20. Okay, we can do that. Plowing, liming. Let's do the wood transport. Since we got the trailer, might as well do the wood transport. Accept the contract before somebody else does. Usually make a little extra money. Oh, ferry. Ferry. I'm on the ferry. Barge. Got a barge coming. Let me do something real quick. Okay, there we go. I was just saying I'm unveiling. I don't know. YouTube Studio's messing up. This is a shaky ride. Doesn't look shaky here. When you're inside the cab, it's shaky as heck. Uh, oh yeah. When you're down by the river, it's foggy. The map that's bad for fog is Hoots and Pantai. That's the bad fog map. Especially if you try and deliver stuff to the temple. It's always foggy. No matter what time of day or night you go through there, it's always foggy. I kind of like this map. I thought I wouldn't like it at first. Actually, I didn't like it at first, but this map has grown on me. Yes, I got food for you guys. Look at them. They're running. They're running. They knew I got food. Got my sheep trained to know when I'm bringing food. No, we're not going there. We're going here. We're going to deliver it straight to the sheep. They need the food. What? Okay, there it goes. Okay. Now, sheep. That's it. Oh, 151,888. Okay, that should be enough for right now. Oh, yeah, I need. Where's the contract? We're going to. No. Contracts. There you go. We're going to field. Is that. Oh, why do I do that all the time? Where am I going? I'm going. Oh, I'm going to there. So, ferry up. Okay, no problem. We can do that. We're out this way this time. Baby pulls right out in front of me. Didn't even stop. Zoom, 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 zoom. I go the right way. They don't like me speeding through there. Hi guys, it's me again. I'm telling you, I'm going to keep you busy. Look at the haze, the fog. It's foggy, foggy, foggy. Oh, I'm gonna have to check it out. They still have the roller coaster? Spinning tires. Where am I going? Okay. Gotta go up the hill. Nope, next one. Ah, okay. I think that's what my controller is trying to strike because I bought a new one. Of course, that one's wireless. Okay, strap. Let's try this. I'm gonna try it. Take it all up in one load. I'm coming back with 3 logs. I didn't tell you to turn on the flashlight. And then you. Here we go. Oh, where am I going? Yeah, I need to know where I'm going. Oh, I'm going over here to the paper factory. Let's tag it. So we'll come back down this road. Okay. Turn here. Okay. We got our logs. Got all the logs. Yes, sir, Bob. Easy, easy money. Easy money. I like working for Noah. He pays pretty good. Especially when I do deadwood contracts for him. Lets me keep the trees. Kind of wish I could keep these logs. I need them for my own. Actually, I probably should go do a deadwood contract and fill up the lumber mill. Ah! We put a telephone pole there. Gotta be on the lookout for telephone poles that jump out in front of you. Okay. Here we go. Down here. Come on, controller. Telling you to turn, you won't. I got 28 bucks extra for that. That's not bad. Okay, contracts. A create job contracts. 10,000. New contract. Does he have any deadwood? Deadwood. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, I'm going to there. Where am I? Where am I? Oh, I'm here. So down to. Oh, okay. We can do that. We can do that. Not a problem. I won't take the ferry back. No train. Yay. Okay. So turn right, then where are you going? Turn right, then first left. Stupid cars. Stupid cars. Just pull right out in front of you. And they wonder why there's traffic accidents in this town. Drivers don't know how to drive. Here we go. See one right there. Oh, get out of there. Oh well. That's one. Here's another one. How are you? No, you're not. You're not marked. Oh, you're still alive. Are you marked? Yes, you're marked. And we'll cut you down. Yes, puppy, I love you. Okay, you still with me? Trying to do something easier this time than the last couple times. Put them in a big pile and use the auto stacker. That's a big pile. Control R. Match. Okay, that's 2 trees. Now we gotta find another tree. We're only 14% done. Oh, this is a big area. You won? Yep, you won. You do. I found another one. And I lost a tree. I lost a tree in the woods. Oops, I lost the tree. Ha 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 ha. Oops. I literally lost the tree. I cut it up. I was trying to cut the bush, not the tree. Oh well, I lost the tree. No, no, you can't cut. What do you mean I can't cut that tree down? I just did. Oh, I cut the wrong tree down. Oh well. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Supposed to be able to cut the branches off. I got one. Ah, screw it. Yeah, I screwed up. No, I'm supposed to be walking forward, guys, not backwards. Not in 3D. What are you doing? Oh, going back and forth like she's looking for something. I think she's lost something. I think she's lost her mind. Okay, let's get the right tree this time. That's a no-no. Move these bushes out of the way. Oh. Oh, that's a good tree. That's a good tree. Clear this up with a lumberjack tool. You a dead tree? Yes, you're a dead tree. That's the tree I wanted, not the other one. Oh well. I think I'm going to take this load and then come back. No more? Yeah, there's more right there. Okay, how do I get to where my farm is? Take the ferry. Waiting for the tug to get by, or the barge. Ah, that's fun. Did they like it? I, I used to do that when I worked on the farm. They never liked it. But we also branded cows too, before air tags really became popular. I'm really on the edge this time. Ah, we crossed the river. Yes, puppy, we crossed the river. Dog looked at me like, what river? I don't see no river. Yes, sometimes it is quicker using the ferry. No, this isn't food sheep. Oh, it's food for the lumber mill, but not for the sheep. Really? She likes crazy redheads, huh? Um, where's my trailer? Where's my trailer full of logs? I lost a log, all my logs, and my trailer. Where are you? Still on the ferry? Yeah, you're still on the ferry. How the heck did you do that, buddy? You know, the other guys would have honked the horn and let me know, hey, you lost your load. But no, not you guys. I think I keep it in third person instead of first person. That way I know. Now let's go this way. We don't own it yet. We will eventually. Let's see how good of a back. Oh, I hate this trailer. You can't back this trailer up. That's a dolly trailer. I don't like dolly trailers. I don't know why they make lumber mills like this. Why they design lumber mills like this. How many lumber mills do you have to have that deliver like this? Let me try something here. Okay. Shit eye. Oh well. R R R nothing. Neither can I. That's why I do this. That's why I use super strength. How full are you? 46%. Okay. Back to the plane, buddy. Did I hit that? I must have hit that. Didn't realize it. Starting to get some wool. Starting to get some wool. Yay, wool. Must have hit it when I put the grass away. Yeah. To you too. I'll be back. Hey guys and gals, if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and bell. That way you become a crazy redhead just like me. No, you, that way you know when the latest videos I do come along and when I go live here on YouTube. Also do me a favor, hit that like button. Every like pushes the stream out a little bit more, which helps grow this channel, and I would really appreciate that. We're at 1,989 or 1989, I remember that year, subscribers. I want to get to 2,000. I'm close. I'm only 11 away. And I'm hoping to get there by the end of this month. Which way am I going? Okay. Stupid dolly trailer. This one I want? No, it's not that one. It's this one. Oh yeah, the other rule in this game, if there's a John Deere product in the class that I'm getting, like tractors, it has to be a John Deere tractor. If it's an implement, it has, and there's a John Deere implement, it has to be a John Deere implement. I cannot use anything else unless there's no John Deere available. So that's another rule. Another part of this Survivor challenge. Can only use John Deere when available. Oh, turn the key, get off. Go find more trees. Clear some of this shrub out of here. In the middle. Go. One. Still with me? Yeah, you're still with me. Thank you for letting me know you're still with me. You're down here. Going down here. Hey, deer. You checking out the deer? Deer? Deer was checking out the deer. I swear the deer in this game loves the John Deere tractors. They didn't never seen a green deer before with wheels. They all want to be like a John Deere. They all want to be like John Deere. We're 35% done. cut down the wrong tree again. Get some of these shrubs out of here. Oh. No. Oh, I got 2 here. Yay. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Illegal. Ah, I found another one. You still with me? Okay, found 3. I know I went the wrong way. Shit. You're next. Oh, there's a tree. Okay, I'm like, did I lose a tree? I lost a tree. I lost a tree. Okay. Okay, pick this tree up. And put it right here. Pick this tree up. Put it right here. This tree up. Put it right here. Pick this tree up. We're at 50%. Oh, that's a good tree. I know this. Are you the one I was looking for? No. You? Yes, you are the one I'm looking for. You one. Not the one I was looking for, but that'll work. You'll work. Still with me? Yeah, you're still with me. I like to be organized. Organization is a key of working smart, not harder. I know I can get more than that. I know I can get more than that. Did I push these too close? Is that why? Now let's try it. No. What's it saying? Ah. There's a bug in the super strength again. Shut down and reload. Uh, Since I have one content viewer, but in the other section it says I have two content viewers. One says I had 3 likes, no one says I have 4 likes. I give up on YouTube trying to figure them out. Mm. I got American Truck Simulator coming up Monday. We're going to do a whole week of American Truck Simulator. Yeah, they were too close. Okay, another tree. Yeah. These scrubs out of here. Oh, you legit. Are you a dead one? Oh, you're a live one. You're a dead one. Yes, you're a dead one. Left the tractor running. No, okay, that'll work. I don't want the flashlight. 2, 3. Okay, I'm not allowed. It's a dead tree. Why can't I pick it up? I dropped you. Why are you... Okay. Nope. It's full. It's not full, but I can get these logs on here. There we go. Let's go take this. 64% done. Another load to the lumber mill. Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Slow down. You're going downhill. Remember that. Oh. Yep. I hate dolly trailers. Hate them. No, I hit this button. Oh. Trailer attached. Trailers attached. Surely using the ferry system. Spin those tires. Okay, the trail is coming with me this time. Don't worry, crop destruction's off. Too close. Shall I? There we go. Make me more lumber, please. Gotta keep this baby fed. That's everything. Another 2% full. Okay, back to the berry. Whee! Go around, go around, go around. We're at 64% done. I'm taking 3 loads? 2 or 3 loads. That's not bad. For some reason, I can't cut the limbs off. I don't know why. It won't let me get the limbs. But that's extra wood. I don't care. Okay, back. Oh, you are one. Okay. %71 done. Okay. Wait a minute. Are you one of my trees? You are. How the heck did you get here? You're alive. You're alive. I hate these things. 78% done. I lost the tree. Nope, there it is. Guess I don't have the tree no more. Okay. There's another one of my tree parts. Yes, just throw everything around, buddy. I didn't toss that. Now that needs to be cut. Still needs to be cut. That's good enough. Control R. Yes, this did one. Where's the tree? There's the tree. Come with me. Not on the trailer. Okay. Sweet. Actually, yeah. Slash that. I can put those on. Okay, that's 3 trees. And let's drive back to the lumber mill. Keep beating the beast. Yay! Got on there without getting stuck this time. Trail's still attached. Let me get. I don't need you on. Not using course play. We are 85% done with the contract. This is the 4th load that we've taken to the lumber mill. What I need to do is get a log trailer. Might work better, but I'm not doing that. One. Any other wood? Nope. How full are you now? I didn't tell you this. I want the sawmill. Yeah, we're at 49% full. 7% in wood chips. 71,000 liters. Ooh, I'm going to have to make a couple trips. Back to the ferry. $10 in the morning. On the ferry. Gotta wait for the barge. Gotta wait for the barge. Gotta wait for the barge. Oh. Smooths out when you get closer. Oh, that was a good massage. Okay, I can go. Off to the hunt. The hunt for Red October. Looking for a submarine. Called Red October. Looks like a dead tree. Oh, you're alive. You're dead. Or are you a mark tree? Yes, you are. Another dead tree? No, you're a good tree. Yeah, I was going to say, did I lose the tree? %92%. I guess we get one more tree left to find. I love the dead wood because it gives me free wood. Ah, we don't have to start it. Okay, that's a good thing to know. Gives me free wood. But if you don't have a lumber mill, there's really no reason to do the dead wood contracts. Let's see, that's like to cut down trees. Oh, you're alive. Oh, you're alive. You're alive. You're alive. You're alive. You dead one? Oh, you're alive. Rid of these scrubs. You dead one? Look dead, but you're not dead. Oh, I'm out of the area. Haha. Find that one tree. Oh, you're a live one. You're a live one. You're a live one. Okay. Let's get rid of some of these trees now. I think this is it. Oops. Nope. It's a dead tree, but it's not in the area, I guess. Did I lose it? Here it is. Is that the dead tree? I think I found the dead tree, but I lost this tree. There we go. There's a dead tree, but it doesn't count. I'll get an extra tree. I was down this way. Up the... Oh, you're alive. Down this way. Oh, you're alive. Look for dead trees. How come I can't find any dead trees? So get rid of trees. Come on, buddy. Find the dead tree. You're not the dead tree I'm looking for, but I'm going to get rid of you. Get rid of you because you're in my way. There it is. And we are done with the contract. Yay. We finally did it. Yeah, we're over here, buddy. Okay. Last of the trees. Okay. Alrighty then, let's get out of here. Wait a minute, make sure I didn't... Nothing else around here, right? Yep. Okay. Waiting for the ferry to go by. Not the ferry. Waiting for the barge to go by. We're on the ferry. I guess my name is Biden. Okay, I got two things attached to the tractor. Hey, princess. You made me back up. You made me miss my stop. Yes, you're a good dog. Now I'm just going all over the place. Okay, shift I. Yes, you're a good dog. I love you. Yes, I do. My pup dog wants some attention. Nobody's home to pay attention to her. Yeah, I know. Okay, turn you off. Okay, I gotta go to work. Daddy has to work. Daddy has to work. Working. He's live streaming. So you can have dog food. Yes, so you can have dog food. You want your belly full, don't you? Move you all in here. That it? $49. Alright. Yeah, look at all that lumber we're making. Yay, lumber. Okay, contracts. A 100. Let's see, anything. Refresh. Baling wrapper. Oh, 13,000 for a bale wrapper? Okay, I'm gonna have to use your equipment. Wait a minute. How did you get over here? How did you get over here? You're supposed to be in here making lumber. Okay. Oops. Nope. Here we go. Okay, we're going to field 45. Oh, okay, that's not too far away out. I would have cut it for you. Take the ferry. I think the ferry's on the other side of the river, though. I didn't come back that way. I went another way. Yep, ferry's on the wrong side. I see water movement, so I assume it's coming this way. Watch out for crazy drivers. Hey Ninja, how you doing? I don't like round bales. Gotta buy land. I gotta buy a cedar. Doing contracts, you learn how to do things. That's a tip. Want to earn money quick? Get the sawmill. Get a good sawmill. And start cutting trees. if you're doing a challenge, because sawmills make a lot of money for you. We're concentrating right now on the playground. And once the playground doesn't want certain things, then we'll start working on the old grain museum. 77% done. Got 3 more bales. And we are complete. Take the ferry across so the ferry's on the right side. Gotta wait for barge. Yeah. That's the only problem with the ferry. You gotta wait for traffic to go by. Oh. Oh yeah, I love silage. Silage is your friend, especially if you have cows. Cows or pigs, they love silage. We used to feed them corn. I don't know. They still feed corn to cows. When I worked on the dairy farm, we fed them a mixture, field corn and a bunch of other stuff when we were milking them. Then they grazed. Fed them while they were milking, so they would stay put. Okay, Perry's on the right side this time. Oh, I will do this. No, I didn't tell you. I will just do this. It goes back automatically. 1,200 bucks. See what other contracts. Cultivating 9,000. What do you want me to harvest? Nope. Do you want me to harvest? Nope. I want some cotton. Nope, nope, nope. Mowing, yes. I'll do that. I need it. Going to field 84, which is behind the store. Okay. Okay, start this tractor up. Put the trailer away. We'll use it later. I do want to wash. My windshield's getting dirty. Is it clean? Yes, it's clean. Okay. Do I have weight on? Yes, I do. Drop the weight. Okay, we're going to field 50, which is behind the garage. I went the wrong way. Yes, you did. Oh well. Watch out for the UPS drivers. They hit buses head on. I don't think I can go this way. Or can I? Might be able to go this way. Allowed to go this way? Train tracks. Ah, crap. Can't go this way. This is a dairy. At least I found the shortcut to the dairy. Oh, I love this field. Yes, I do. Okay. X. X. B. E. And B. And H. No! Yes. We'll get lots of grass out of this one. this last month, how did it grow so fast? How did you get off of there? Bad tractor. Bad tractor. Make money and get grass. Yay. Need grass for my sheep. Balls to the wall. Ah! No, B. Free grass. I wonder if I can go ahead and just buy this field. How much is this field? $112. Ah, sandy loam. Okay. Nah, this wouldn't be a good field for grass. No. Nope, 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 no. How much is it? 225,000. Nope, 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 no, 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 no. David, you're asking too much for a grass field. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a planter, buy some property. I'm gonna buy the rope factory first. Get $13,000 plus a whole bunch of grass. Yay! Free grass. David, I'm going to steal all your grass because you're asking too much money for this property. And if you don't like it, tough noodles. You're a strange dude any which way. Oh, yes. Cut. You get lots of bales out of this one. Yes, sirree, Bob. And Bob, hi. I'm going to say your name. I'm going to say Bob. Ah, that's it. Yeah. They, I forget what the mix was. It was a mix the dairy owner made, and he makes it himself at the time. He's no longer with us, unfortunately, and that was back when I was living in Maryland. And when I was 12 to 16, I worked on that dairy farm. 5:30 in the morning to 7:30, then go to school. Then after school, 5:30 in the evening to about 7:30 at night. I milked cows in the morning and milked cows in the evening. When I first started, he did not have an automatic milker, and he was the largest dairy farm in the state of Maryland. He had a lot of guys working for him. He got that automatic milker. He let a lot of guys go, but kept me. Of course, he went to my church, and my father was the pastor, so that might have been the reason why he kept me. And his son was my best friend. I think that's the only reason why he hired me. It was just me and him, me and his son that worked on the farm when I was 12. Why are you not? I was his son was my best friend, so I think that's why he hired me. He hated to see me go work at Woolworth when I turned 16, but I needed to concentrate on my studies. getting up at 5:30 every getting up at 5. Oh yeah, now I when he got the automatic milker, it was like godsend. And I came to work one day, and he's like, "Guess what? What? Automatic milker's not working. You gotta do it by hand now." Ha ha! And there's only 10 of you instead of 20, so you gotta work twice as fast. I'm like, that's strong hands. I can tell you that much. And the other thing I always made sure I did before I touched the cows, make sure my hands were warm. My hands were cold. They would kick like a mule. I remember this farmhand he hired. He said he had all this farm experience working on a dairy farm. Yeah, he had 1,200 head at the time. But this guy came along, told a BS story about how great of a farmhand he was. He worked on dairy farms in the Midwest, and his wife had to move here, be close to her parents, and he needed a job. Well, he went ahead and hired him, and he gave him a test. Brought the cows in, but we also brought in a bull to see if he would milk the bull. And guess what? He tried to milk the bull. He went up to that bull, looked at it up and down. He went to the guy. He said, "Hey, there's something wrong with this cow. What? Come here. What? It lost all its udders." It didn't. It's a cat. It's a bull, you dummy. You're fired. Fired right there on the spot. If you don't know the difference between a heifer, and a bull, you don't need to work here. And what the funny thing is, the bull was solid black. It was one of his steer. He also had steer cows. It was one of his steer cow bulls. So you have more steers. I couldn't believe it. He said he had 15 years working on dairy farms. He doesn't know the difference between a cow and a heifer and a bull. He was full of bull. He begged. He was begging, pleading. He's like, He said, "Nope, you don't know the difference between a bull and a cow? A bull and a heifer? You get the hell out of my farm. I don't want you milking a bull, and the next thing you know, you get attacked, get run over by the damn bull." That bull's straight. He likes heifers. I couldn't believe it. Ah! Where you going? Told you to click on. Stupid controller. I was a field training officer when I worked at DC Fire as a paramedic, and paramedics were just new. They just started paramedics in DC. Couple about it was like the second year having paramedics in DC, and I got promoted to a field training officer because I was the medical director loved me so much. He said I was the best paramedic in DC. He wanted me to train all the brand new paramedics that were working at DC. I had this one paramedic. He was also full of BS. Okay, you're done. And he pulled up. And he said he was a paramedic in California, Sacramento County. He was one of the first paramedics in Sacramento County. I don't know who hired him, who checked his references or anything. They hired him. He had to go through because paramedics were also firefighters, so he had to become a firefighter. He wasn't firefighter trained, so he had to become a paramedic and learn how to become a firefighter. And he went through, while he was going through the fire academy, he also had to go through the paramedic academy at the same time because California and DC were totally different in the way what they could do, what they couldn't do. They could do a little bit more in California than you could in Maryland and DC and Virginia. But hell, they let us do a lot of stuff back in the early days. As long as you can explain it to the doctor allowed you to do it. But this got this guy straight out of the academy. He talking himself up. I'm like, okay. He said, you know how it works around here, don't you? Yeah, we work 3 24-hour shifts and then you're off 4 days. Yeah. Okay, yeah. But you know that we rotate. He said, what do you mean rotate? I was hired as a paramedic. Why do you think you went to the fire academy? Well, because in case I know that paramedics sometimes have to go in and do training and stuff like that. I'm like, no, we rotate. We do we do one shift on ambulance and we do one shift on. Am I on the right one? Yeah, so wrong way. Then you do another shift on the engine, and if you come ladder train, then you do a thing on there. Then you just keep on rotating. If you want ladder train, then you go back on the ambulance. So I didn't go ladder training. Okay, well you will. Don't worry. And but we'll start you off. Since I'm the training officer and I was supposed to be on the engine. No, I was supposed to be on the rescue squad because I was rescue training too. I didn't have to. I didn't have to work. I didn't work on the ambulance no more because I was a rescue squad. And once you're a rescue squad, that's all you do is rescue. It was a lot of training, and but I could do because I was a paramedic. Not all firefighters were paramedics; they were at least basics. But I was like, there was only two paramedic rescue trained people, and we carried our own bag when we were on the truck, so we can do stuff that the ambulance crew says getting the ambulance crew in, we would do it. It was safer. Sometimes the ambulance crew would get in the way. But so we got this guy on the ambulance. Got a call. Uh, Supposed to be a shooting with 3 people shot. I'm like, okay. So we got on the scene. Had 5 people shot. We were the only ambulance, so I called for 2 more ambulances. So we had four on our ambulance. I took triage. I kept the trainee with me. I said, okay, you and I are gonna do triage. So I want you to start triaging these patients, telling me where they want, how they got, what they got, everything. I want details. First crew came in, brought the first victim to us, and as soon as he saw the victim, he started puking. Right on the patient. On top of that, I'm like, oh man, get the hell out of the way. I'm like, dude, you never seen blood before? He said, I worked at a slow station, but you were the best paramedic in California. Come on, you were just telling us how good a paramedic you were. And uh, get yourself together. So I started doing triage, and got the ambulances in. Why are you not working? Why are you not? Oh, because the wheels aren't down. Oh my god, buddy. But he sat in the corner. The chief came. Oh yeah, the chief came up. He asked me, "Where's your trainee?" I pointed. He's over there with a bucket. He said, "Why?" I said, "The first patient he saw, he just puked all over the patient." He's like, "Oh my god." I said, "Who interviewed him?" He said, "I didn't interview him." And chief was like, He said, "Let me know how he does the rest of the shift. If you think he's going to make it, let me know." The instructors at the academy said he was fair. He wasn't excellent, but he talked a good game. But I can tell if he's doing that, let me know. I'm like, okay. The station brought a QRV out for us while during the shooting, so we would have, because ambulances were busy triaging, they're taking care of patients, so they brought the QRV out for us after the last patient was loaded in the ambulance. I took the it took them around the neighborhood. We were not in the friendliest neighborhood in DC at the time. When I worked there, it was the murder capital of the world. It was the nickname of DC. And where we worked, we had like in a 1 mile radius, we had 10 homicides. And I started showing him the neighborhood, and he was pale as a ghost. He said, "This is rough. What do you think it's like in the city? You think it's nice and easy? We got nothing but country folk." He said, "Wait until you see the riots. Even gets funner." He's like, "Riots? Yeah." We got back to the station. He quit right then and there. Called up the chief and said he just walked out. He said, "What?" He just walked out. He said, "What did you do to him?" I said, "I took him around the neighborhood, showed him the neighborhood on the QRV." He's like, "Oh, okay, never mind." He said, "Okay, I understand. Maybe that's what we should do with all the new people. If they survive that, then they can work at DC." He lasted a total of 5 hours once he got cleared the academy. But he was the best paramedic in California. Uh, I love people. Always had a nose for the people that, I guess, working at the dairy farm from 12 to 16. I picked up a BS sensor. Because every time somebody comes up and says, "Hey, I can do this, I can do that," I'm like, "Okay, do it." And then find out, "Nope, you can't. Leave me alone." Best in Cali. He was the best in California. He was the first paramedic in uh, Sacramento County. He was the best paramedic in the state of California, according to the California Medical Board. And I'm like, huh. If he was the best, I hate to see what the worst was like. And as long as I worked at DC, the chief, anytime we got new anybody, the chief put me. If he had any questions about him, he said, "Buddy, he's all yours. Do what you want." Well, it was a firefighter or a paramedic. He said, "If he makes this shift with you, I know he's okay." So I knew there was a reason why I made you a field training officer. Yeah, you know how much money I got? I got $1 an hour pay raise. That was it. And I always ended up working extra hours because of filling out all the damn paperwork after a shift. Never take a promotion because it's always more paperwork. And they say, "Oh, you can work. You don't work as many hours. You don't work as many hours." I'm like, "Bullshit." And back then we were salary, and if we worked, oh, the way the city set it up, uh, yeah, with the way the city set up the pay is you're guaranteed 40 hours a week. That's your salary. Anything over 40 hours a week, everybody got time and a half. Fire department didn't get it. You got so if my base say my base salary was $10 an hour, okay? When you work 41 hours to 51 hours, you got paid $5 an hour in overtime. Not $15 an hour in overtime, $5 an hour in half your salary. If you worked if you worked 52 hours to 61 hours, you got half of your of that $15 of that $5. So you got paid $2.50 an hour. Anything over 72 hours, you got paid again half. So $2.50 is $1.25 an hour. That's it. And you're scheduled either, depending on how the week falls, anywhere from 48 to 72 hours a week work. So that way the bean counters didn't have to pay overtime to the firefighters. Everybody else who worked for the government, DC government, got time and a half. Firefighters got Chinese overtime. I think they finally made it illegal. I'm not sure. I haven't followed DC in quite a while. And a lot of departments were like that because when I got hired at Norfolk Fire Department as captain of the rescue, it was the same way. But since I was an officer, though, I had a salary, so it didn't matter how many hours I worked. If I worked 100 hours, I still got paid the same. Rank of lieutenant and above got paid salary. Firefighters got paid the Chinese overtime. And then the deputy chief retired at Norfolk. And chief of rescue was like, buddy, I need a deputy chief in rescue. You want to do it? It's it's more salary, it's more pay, a lot more responsibility, but it's a lot more pay. He said, and you basically work 40 hours a week. You work Monday through Friday. You don't work weekends. You're off every weekend unless there's a major incident. Then you get called in. And at nighttime, if there's a major incident, you get called in. But yeah, that's the fire business. You get a vehicle. You get a vehicle. Drive back and forth to work and take it home. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that. You have a driver during the day. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll take it. That was the worst mistake I ever made. The former deputy chief, the guy I replaced, had the whole place in chaos. I'm like, Chief, did you know how bad this guy was? He said, what do you mean? Everything that he touched was screwed up. Yeah, I know. We gave him the option of retirement or fire. I'm like, oh, well, thank you for telling me that part. It took me 6 months to straighten out his mess. Working an average of 100 hours a week. I worked weekends just to clear up this guy's mess. And Chief was like, "Why are you working weekends?" I said, "You don't remember I told you how effed up this was?" He said, "Yeah, that's why." He said, "Oh, well, I'm sorry. Do I get at least comp time?" He said, "No, you're an officer. You don't get comp time." I'm like, okay. Then I got married. The chief didn't want me to get married because my wife lived in West Palm Beach, Florida. And and he was like, "Don't get, don't marry her. No, 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 no. Don't marry her. I'll, I'll, I'll increase your salary. I can give you another $10,000 a year if you. That should help her change her mind, and I'll hire her as so, as an because she spoke Spanish. She's Peruvian, so she spoke Spanish. She said, "I'll hire her as an interpreter for the department." Yeah, I'll do that, and I'll give her I think $36,000 a year. I'm like, she's the director of a assistant living facility. She makes $72,000 a year right now. You think she's going to take half the pay and come up here? He said, "Yeah, I see what you're saying." And he tried. He tried to keep me. But he knew the chief of Palm Beach County, so he got me hired as a captain on the rescue squad down there. And captain, the chief was like, my first 6 months, the chief was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "What do you mean? What am I doing?" He said, "I've never seen so many people apply to go to rescue on your shift because I work shift work as captain. I was a shift captain." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I have so many people who want to come over to your shift and work with you. Why?" I said, "Well, I do a thing called training, and most captains train like they have training 1 day a week. You when you're at work and you're not on call, you better be training until 6 o'clock at night, until dinner time. Then after dinner, that's it. You didn't have to train. So every once in a while we will have night training, and the guys enjoyed my training classes. He said he had guys volunteering to do their training on our shift, on my shift, from another shift. I'm like, nah, yeah. He's well, you can't. You gotta train with your guys. That's the reason why we train. You see, I know. Then when I told people that they couldn't do it, they asked for transfers. I have 50 guys right now that want to transfer to your shift. He said, "But I don't have an opening and I'm not losing any of my people because they're all good. I know them. I trust them." And I was in charge of 5 rescue squads in the county. I said, I'm not swap. I went through that crew after 6 months. I trained them and got them into swinging. I said, they're the best rescue squad company in Palm Beach County, if not the state of Florida. He said, "Yeah, I know." He said, "Okay, well, I'm going to promote you." He said, "There's no openings in deputy chiefs." He said, "No, I'm not going to promote you to a deputy chief. I'm making a new position. You're going to become the first battalion chief in Palm Beach County as battalion chief of rescue of the entire county." I'm like, "What? There's 10 rescue squads." "Yep, spread out through the county." He said, "Yep, that's right. You too damn good at your job. You should have been this damn good." But the job is Monday through Friday. You don't have you'll be on call on special emergencies, and that's it. He said you all you have to do is you're in charge of making sure all your captains are scheduling people correctly and training and all that. I said, "Okay, I'll do it." Took the job, but loved it. It was interesting. It was very interesting. Then I got a divorce, and my father died, and my mother was in trouble, so I moved to North Carolina. Gave up my nice, cushy job as battalion chief. Moved to an area that's strictly volunteer at the time when I first joined. They only had one paid paramedic in the county I was in, and I had to go through the state of North Carolina wouldn't recognize my national certification as a paramedic. They wouldn't recognize my certification as a Florida State paramedic. So I had to start from scratch and take the whole class. I did it in a year, which surprised everybody. But I joined the local rescue squad that had a paid ambulance on it. And since I was going through paramedic school, they had an opening. I worked there part time. I was a volunteer, and you had to volunteer 24 hours a month, and after you did your 24 hours and anything over, you got paid. I think at the time was $7.50 an hour. Fill in if somebody called out sick or vacation, stuff like that. They only had two people on the ambulance, and every once in a while a volunteer will hop on to add as a third person. They also did the rescue squad, and the chief of the rescue squad was like, he knew I was teaching at the National Academy. I taught classes to chiefs at National Fire Academy. I taught classes. He knew my background as a rescue operator. He said, "You think you can help us out and set up a good rescue training program?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I can do that." So I helped them out, got the volunteers. We became, we actually became the top rescue squad in the state of North Carolina. There was competitions every year, and we became the top in the state for 4 years. And I finally got hired full time as a paramedic once I got my paramedic. Well, actually, I got full time. I became full time when I became in. They have intermediates here. Which is basically an advanced basic. You can do IVs and certain stuff. Um, and I got that when I got my intermediate certification. Somebody quit, and they hired me full time on A shift. I love A shift. And the rescue chief is. You see, every time I start hanging out, I wasn't married. I got divorced. Going to school, and I would do my studying when I wasn't at school. Getting my paramedic, I'd do my studying at the rescue squad. He said, "What are you doing here?" I'm studying in case we got a call. I can hop on the squad. I don't want to get rusty. He said, "Oh, okay." He said, you talk about the rescue squad, not the ambulance." I said, "Yeah, I know. You all called ambulance squads here. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the rescue truck. That's a squad. That's the rescue squad. An ambulance is an ambulance. That's why it says ambulance across the front of it backwards, so people in the mirror can see, oh, that's an ambulance." North Carolina, I mean, we're in a we live in a rural county. We only had one paramedic unit in the entire county when I first moved here, and the state made a rule about 6 years after I lived here. Yeah, about 6 years after I lived here, that counties are now responsible for all EMS. Now, EMS, most departments, you had rescue squad, rescue. Well, they called them rescue squads. They did the EMS and they did the rescues. Well, Wayne County, in their wisdom, decided, say, nope. Since we're in charge of EMS, we're going to start our own EMS program. Rescue squads will have the current rescue squads. Will put pay personnel in each of the rescue squads. The fire department now will be doing all the rescue in the county, so the rescue squads won't be responsible for it. And volunteers are only doing second duty ambulances because we are going 100% paramedic. And I'm sorry for telling you this, but if you want a job and you think that, I know some of y'all have, oh, I know some of y'all have paid people during the day. Oops, wrong button. Okay. I know some of you have staff of paid people. We'll keep you paid people. We'll shift them to 24 hours. If they're not a paramedic, we'll have at least one. We have to have at least one paramedic on the ambulance. So if you got basic or intermediate that's paid, we'll hire them, and they might have to go to another station. They're not guaranteed to work, and I'm like, yeah. And they have to go through the hiring process. I applied once the county took positions, and I got interviewed by the assistant director of Wayne County EMS, and he looked at my resume. He's like, I'm like, what's wrong? He's looking at my resume like, why are you working here? Why are you applying to work here? You can go to a big city and get a good job. I said, well, I moved here to Wayne County because my father died and I had moved in with my mother to help with the mortgage. My father died, only left her $20,000. Her house was, they had a double mortgage on the house, and all the other at the time, all his insurance. He was trying to combine his insurance into one, and he died before he could do. He got sick and had got pneumonia, and before he could, he had they wouldn't allow him to sign a new policy until he was cured of the pneumonia, and he died from the pneumonia, and he only had one $20,000 policy that was still active. That if it was the day late, if he died the next day, he would not have been eligible for. So at least my mother had that. That was enough to bury him and pay some of the hospital bills. So wait a minute. I didn't put. Wait a minute. Did I put the weight on? No wonder I didn't have the weight on. Here's the weight. I see the weight. Okay. I ain't more. Yeah, let's get the weight. Balance it out, buddy. But the deputy, the assistant director looked at me. He's like, "You're more than qualified to be the head, to be the director of EMS. So why should we hire you when another county will hire you later on or something like that?" And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, "Hey, I live here. I worked at when I first joined here. I volunteered at Goldsboro Rescue, and been working for them for 5 years." And you said you know my chief. Yeah, I know you, chief. He spoke very highly of you. Oh yeah, I know. But I'm afraid if I hire you, I don't know how long you'll last. Because pay isn't that good. I said, well, I know. I'm, he says, it's less than what you're making at Goldsboro Rescue now. I said, well, no. The deal was, if you hired us, we were at the same pay rate. He said, because the county was paying our salary. And he said, oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. So I I get more. He's like, yeah, you do, don't you? I'm like, yeah. I was the highest paid paramedic in Wayne County. I did finally quit after 10 years, but he didn't want to hire me at first because he was afraid I think he was afraid I was going to take over his job, is what he was afraid of. And, but I worked for them for 11 years. And then I came to work one, one shift, which is 3 24-hour shifts. One rotation, I'm sorry, not shift, one rotation. In that one rotation, um, I got written up 3 times by him. I'm like, what? For BS. So he wrote me up 3 times. He said, at the end of your shift, I want you to come to my office. He said, okay, I'm going to give you 2 options. You got written up 3 times. You know the rules. On the third time, we we either have to suspend you or terminate you. And the reason why I'm like, you wrote me up because you want to get rid of me. And he's like, no, 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 no. You're the best. You're the damn best paramedic we got. I said, yeah, I know, and I'm planning on staying here. He said, oh, I know. Well, I'm going to give you the option because these write-ups are serious. And I talked to the director, and the director told me it's up to me whether or not you stay on. He said, I'm going to give you 2 options. I'm going to give you option number 1 is you can retire. You can resign your position, and down the road later, if you want to come work for us, come back or work for us part-time, you can do that. I'm like, I'm an FTO. You want me to quit or step down and become a part-time employee? Yeah, 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 yeah. But I have to quit first, and then you have to hire me as a part-time if you want to. Well, yeah, I know. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, or the second, because of these write-ups, and they're 3 in one rotation. I fired people for less. I said, yeah, medical director, first write-up, medical director. I had to go see the medical director because you said I was in violation of this, that, and the other thing, and medical director got it. It came to me during my shift. He called me up, wanted to see me in his office on my day off. I'm like, what's wrong? You got written up for a patient for this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, I didn't. I told him what happened. He read my report that I left at the hospital. He's like, he wrote you up for that. I remember that call. You called in on the radio requesting permission to do it, and I gave you the permission to do it, to deviate from protocol. Because he wrote me up. Medical director had to see me, and it was up to the medical director whether or not I would get suspended or stopped down. And I think he was hoping the medical director would suspend me, and I had to go through retraining for humiliation. The medical director, he called him up on the phone while I was there. Medical director called him up on the phone and said, "Hey, Trey, yeah, this write-up that you gave Buddy, yeah, that's BS. I gave him permission. I'm tearing that write-up." Well, and he was on speaker. He didn't realize he was on speaker. Well, yeah, you can tear up your copy. It doesn't matter, and I'm not going to count it as a strike towards Buddy. And he's like, well, he still gets the write-up because he deviated from protocol. Yeah, but he deviated from protocol with medical direction. Yeah, but he still deviated. He violated county policy, so the county's going to keep the violation. Okay. And you have no control of what the county does. You say, oh yeah, I can talk to somebody. And they got in a big argument. He said, don't you dare write him up for something I already approved him for. And he was like, okay. I came to shift the next shift. I was in the middle of going over inventory, checking for expired drugs. Well, he was waiting for me when I came in. When I came in on shift, he was waiting for me. And I got there at 6:30. I got there at 7:30. My shift no, I got there at 6:30. And I was doing inventory, and he was already there waiting for me. He said, "What are you doing here early?" I said, "I haven't clocked in. I'm just doing. I got to do inventory and check expired drugs today." It's the end of the month. Okay. No, it's the first of the month, so I gotta do check expiration, pull all the expiration, and do an inventory and put in put in a quest order for new supplies. And he's like, "Oh, okay." And I just want to get knocked out. Okay. He went ahead of me, and he was like, "Hey, yeah." At 7:01, when I started at 7:01, I punched it on the computer. I punched in at 5 minutes before the schedule. He said, Are you on shift right now?" "Yeah." "Okay. Here's a write up." I'm like, "What's the write up for?" "You got expired drugs in your inventory." I'm like, "What?" "That's what I'm doing, is checking expired drugs. It ran out yesterday. Your shift started. You were supposed to make sure that was pulled." I said, "Wait, it's not on the ambulance. It's in the supplies. I've already done the ambulance. There's nothing that date on the ambulance. I was getting ready to do the supply." "Oh, I know, but it's your shift. You're the PIC." I'm like, "You're the PIC, so you're responsible. So here's your write up." That's write up number two. Next shift I came on, he wasn't there. I'm like, "Oh, okay." I was the only paramedic that carried. No, there's another paramedic that carried fire gear with him. We got this call with a person pinned in the car. Well, county policy for the ambulance is to let the fire department make the rescues, and we wait beside. And we had we had multi pinning patients, and I was like, "Screw this." And I had very bad patient in the in those in, and I needed to do some inflammation. I needed to do stuff then, not wait for them to extricate this patient. So I went ahead and started treating the patient. And he pulled up on the scene, saw me in the car, saw me in fire gear. The medical director shows up on the call. And that's one thing I liked about that medical director. If there was a bad call and it was close to the hospital and he was working, or it was close to his house because he kept the scanner on, it was a bad call, he would show up and assist and bring his doctor gear and do stuff. And I told the medical director what I was doing. He said, "Yeah, go ahead, do that." Yeah. "Hey, can you do this while you're in there?" "Yeah, okay." I'll go to the next patient." "Okay." So we got got everybody taken care of. My ambulance did the triage because we were first ambulance on the scene, and he's like, "You in charge?" I said, "Well, right now I'm taking care of a patient. That's a little bit more important than 30% full." "No, that's productivity. Still need grass." "Oh yeah, I need to collect the 15,000. 128,000. How much is?" So he left. Because I was standing there talking to the medical director, and the medical director was looking right at him and shaking his head. He's like, "He did his job. Don't you dare." When he left, that pissed him off right then and there. He's like, "Don't you dare." He did everything kosher. I'm a witness 234. Does that do something? It does one more. Does everything but potatoes. Does sugar beets? So we got we finally cleared the call. Medical director followed us back to the station and saw that Trey was waiting at the station. So he went ahead. He's like, he just sat in the car for a minute. He was on his phone. And, yeah, let's do that. Confirm. Okay. Yeah, let me go get that. So, oh, wait a minute. I need to know. Is that? Yeah. So he was like, okay. He just sat out there. As soon as I walked in the station, Trey already had his write up done. He said, "Here's your third write up for this rotation. See me first thing after you get off the shift. Meet me at my office." I'm like, okay. Those were the three reasons why he woke me up, and I the medical director was like, "I can go ahead and why are you not working? How much is this?" Okay, thank you. Not enough money. Okay, I don't have enough money. Can I put it here? F. Ah! Yeah, I don't have enough money. Crap. Okay. Never mind. I'm gonna have to keep the cedar under cover. So I'll move this so I can get another one. Move this out. Let's put that over here for right now. So that's the reason why he woke me up. After I got fired, private ambulance company that I worked part time at found out I was fired, and director of the company, he said, "Hey, buddy, I heard you got fired." He called me that afternoon. Called me. He said, "I heard you got fired." I said, "Yeah, sure did." I said, "Didn't take long for you to find out." And he said, "No, Trey called me up as soon as he fired you." He said, I figured you would be ticked off right now, so I decided to let you cool down a little bit." So I had, so we're running, and it was called Jazz. Jazz was the largest private ambulance company in the state of North Carolina. They had like 16 uh, They were in 16 different counties. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. They had 16 stations throughout the state of North Carolina, and they were in like 32 counties. Oop, no, wrong button. And he said, "We we have an ambulance. We're getting ready to do we're getting ready to take over a 911 system in Jones County during the day. They want us to run us. They're an intermediate county, and they want us to run 911 Monday through Friday from 7 a to 7 p. They have one paid ambulance in the whole county, and the volunteers in the whole county work during the day. So they have no volunteers during the week, and they only have one ambulance. And the other counties were getting tired of them calling in their ambulances to take care of their patients. It's your responsibility to make sure you have enough ambulances covered, whether paid or volunteer. So they asked us to hop in and see if we can do a 911 truck. Thank you, truck, for being in the way. So he was like, so they want us to run a intermediate level truck. I said, well, I'm a paramedic, not an intermediate. He said, well, no, I want you to be the director. He said, you have to get boarded in 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 Jones County, and they'll board you. I've already talked to the medical director about you, and he said he'll board you as a intermediate in Jones County. But since he also is the board director in Craven County and Beaufort County, he said he'll board you as a paramedic in those two counties. I said, oh, okay. But you still have to board with him. I'm like, oh, okay. He said, do you want the job? I'm like, what's the pay? He said, well, you get paid X amount of dollars. I said, that's more than I was getting paid at the county. He said, yeah. He said, you got to work Monday through Friday, 7 days a week. Your salary, you're not You're not an hourly employee. Your salary. You won't be on an ambulance, but we'll give you an intermediate. The I talked to medical director there. They said that they'll allow you to be an intermediate QRV to handle calls through in the county when both ambulances are tied up. At least they'll have somebody dealing with patients until one of the mutual aid vehicles show up. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I went. He said, "Can you go tomorrow to New Bern and meet with the medical director?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can do that tomorrow. No problem." Grandpa, I'm going to bed. Actually, I got to do some studying. I've done a lot of work today. We got a cedar, so I got a lot of studying I have to do. Get my high school diploma. You know how it is. So let me. I'm going to get my high school diploma. Let's work until. Guess I can't sleep through the night. Oh, press the wrong button, buddy. No wonder. You pressed the wrong button, buddy. Yeah, sleep till 8. No wonder it didn't go to 7:30. Did I miss a day? I think I missed a day. Yeah, I'm in November. I missed a day. November, October? No, I was in October. Okay, we got a bunch of honey. I got a full thing of lettuce. Lumber mill is full. How's the other one? Nope. Almost. Okay. Let's get the trailer. We'll go collect the honey and the lettuce. Sell that. We're down to 2,000. No wonder I couldn't. Down to $2,000. Yeah, let's go this way. And they hired me. I went to board, and he just looked at me. He's like, "Why the hell you are not a director somewhere in one of these counties with your background?" I'm like, "I don't want the hassle." He said, I get paid good." He said, "I'm gonna get paid excellent here." "Oh yeah, yeah, I know you're getting paid excellent here with Jazz with the private company." But he's like, I talked to Dr. Grant, the medical director at Wayne County. He said he was furious. He was furious at Trey. He was furious at the because I had to, when I got fired, I had to go through county personnel, county human resources director, and she's wrong button, and she stood by Trey. Nope, nope, yeah, he's fired. Yeah, you got written up 3 times. I can't let anybody do that. No, 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 no more, no more. Okay, but he said I talked to Doc Grant, and Grant's like, if you can. He said, well, he's gonna be an intermediate. He said, no, you need him as a paramedic in that county. Make him a QRV medic. He said, you can do that in your county. You're the medical director. And tell Jazz that this is what I'm going to do. You have to provide a QRV paramedic. We're going to provide you with a QRV paramedic. You have to provide a driver, and you have to provide this salary to him. And it was a lot more than what Jazz wanted to pay me. A lot more than Jazz wanted to pay me. What Jazz was going to pay me. He said, Dr. Grant says, you're the best paramedic he's ever seen next to him. And he said, oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, he was a paramedic, wasn't he? Yeah, he started off as a paramedic. He's like, okay. So he said, if he said, if Jazz agrees to it, would you want to do it? I'm like, sure. I wouldn't mind getting my hands. I want to get my hands dirty. He's like, oh, okay. I see what kind. Now, medical director was a he was an army doctor. Worked in a MASH unit. So he knew and he knew my background. He saw my resume. He still was surprised that I wanted this job. He said, "You be the highest paid paramedic in the 3 counties I take care of, and it will also slow down because it'll also slow down them call because they keep calling for mutual aid for paramedics when they don't need to call for mutual aid for a paramedic. So it'll help me out a lot." With because between Carteret County, Lenore County, and Craven County, they were always sending their paramedics to Jones County because, ooh, we got a full load. These are all wooden beams. Okay. He said that'd take a lot of load off those counties. He said also, I want you as a QRV medic, I want you to train the intermediates on when to call for a paramedic. I said, well, I'll take care of Jazz. That's no problem. He said, no, I want you to train any full-time intermediate in that county and volunteers. That includes the volunteers. I'm making a mandate out of this. You must train them when to call for a paramedic intercept. Not because you think this person is doing this and doing that. So wastes a lot of time. He said 90% of the time Jones County calls for a paramedic, they don't need a paramedic. I tried to tell that to the director of Jones County, and he's like, well, I'm not. I said, you only got the job because you were politicked for that job. You were on a rescue squad. Ooh, 188,000 so far. He said, you politicked for the job. That's the only reason why you have this job. And your brother's the county commissioner, too, on top of that. Nothing I can do about that. If I had my poll, you wouldn't be director of Jones County. If I had the poll that I should have, you're a county employee, so I can't dictate who they hire, but I can make sure that they get trained correctly. And if an intermediate calls for a paramedic and that paramedic is not needed and comes to my hospital, comes because they're they're underneath the board and underneath me. He said, I will suspend that intermediate and force him to do remedial training when you're working. Until they get the idea of when to call for a paramedic. I'm like, okay. So the shift, no, the director of Jazz showed up, who's in charge of that. The regional director, that's the word I'm thinking of. The regional director showed up. He knew I was bored. He showed up a half an hour late because he was in a meeting, and he walked into our board. I was supposed to be getting bored, and the paramedics. Him and I was just bullshitting our way through the conversation, and he was like, "Oh, this is interesting. I thought you'd be hammering with questions. You do that to all my paramedics, especially all the Jazz ones." He said, "Yeah, because a transport medic and an EMS medic are two different animals." He said, "Oh yeah, I know. and some of them are not, I know we don't have the brightest, but he said, you don't have the brightest, but a lot better than some of the other ones we have. He said, here's the deal. Jones County is going with a QRV medic, and you are going to be providing that QRV medic Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And guess who the QRV medic's going to be, buddy? He said, you're damn right. He said, the other thing, if Buddy calls in sick or is on vacation or just takes a day off, no one is allowed from Jazz to replace him. I repeat, no one. He said, you will not run a QRV medic that day. So only people that are going to be approved for that position are going to be... Okay, that'll work. All the ones who are going to be approved for that position will be me. And I don't think you want to... I don't think you can afford the people I want to hire for that position. He's like, yeah, okay. And then all of a sudden, the director of Jones County showed up. And he's like, guess what? But we got a big change going on in Jones County. He said, what's the change? He said, hey, I want you to meet Buddy. How you doing? Okay, well, I'm here to board him. Well, he's already been boarded. He's certified. The change is Buddy's the new QRV medic for Jones County. He's going to be working Monday through Friday from 7 a to 7 p along with the intermediate ambulance that's been approved for your county, and he has been approved as a QRV medic. He will also train all your intermediates in the county, paid and volunteer, on when to call for a paramedic. I'm tired of your intermediates calling for paramedics when they don't need paramedics. 90% of your calls, and he goes into that whole spiel. And he starts huffing and puffing. He's like, you can't do that. That's illegal. We're in Media County. He can't operate as a paramedic. We're in Media County. He said, I'm the medical director. And I've already talked to the state. The state said I can do whatever I want in the county as long as I approve it. And he is boarded by me as a paramedic. And he is boarded by me. So, guess what? It's going to happen. Remember that day I told you I can't get you fired, but I can make your life a living hell? I can make your life a living hell. And since you are in media in the county, Buddy starts next Monday. For the week, you are to work with him from 7 a to 7 p. If you refuse to shadow Buddy for that week, I will suspend you as an intermediate, which in turn automatically suspends you as director of Jones County. He's like, no, it doesn't. My brother-in-law won't allow it. I said, oh, yes, it does, because, see, to be the director of the county, you have to be at least a basic in the county, and you must be boarded by the medical director of that county you're the director of. You see, even though you're a basic, you still have to be boarded by the medical director, which is me. And he's like, if you don't, if you don't want it, if you don't want to do it, I'll suspend you until you get on that unit with him. That guy hated my guts. I'm like, hey, he said, I want to know your resume. What do you mean you want to know my resume? You want to see my resume? I have my laptop with me. He was ticked off when he first. That's the first thing he said. Instead of saying hello, how are you? First thing out of his mouth is, I want to see your resume. I want to see why that medical director thinks you're God's gift to EMS. Oops. Yep. Yeah, buddy. That time again. I want to know. So I pulled up my resume on my computer. He looked at it, and his jaw just fell to the ground. I didn't realize. I didn't realize how much experience you have. I didn't realize. He said, "Why are you working for Jazz? You can be medical director. You can take the EMS director here in Craven County. They don't like that guy. They're trying to find a guy to replace him." I said, "Why don't you go apply for that?" I said, "I don't want it." I said, "Take a look at my resume again. I know what headaches are, and I actually do my job." He's like, "What do you mean you do your job?" I said, "From what I hear, you don't train your people." He said, "For ever since the county came intermediate, that medical director has been trying to get you to teach your intermediates how to call for paramedic assistance. Ever since you became the EMS director of Jones County." And he's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." But I'm not with them all the time, so I can't. I said, "Did you do QR the run sheets, right? QR, yeah, or Q&A. Do you Q&A?" No, no, I don't do Q&A. He said, "You need Q&A all your stuff. You need Q&A all your employees on every call." Why are you doing that for? Shift R. So I'm like, "That's what I did. I Q&R'd everybody. Q&A. They called it Q&A. I Q&A'd everybody. It didn't matter who you were. I scanned every run sheet when I was battalion chief of rescue. Anybody who worked for me got cute, had to fill out a run sheet, and I watched looked over every call. Didn't matter didn't matter if it was a non-rescue call that they were called to, and they got canceled. I read Avi's sheet, and there's a reason why you do that. And he's like, why? Oh, if they can't fill out paperwork correctly, they don't need to be a rescue member. So if they can't fill out paperwork, they don't need to be working as a medic on your. No, Shift R. Okay, that's everything. Yay. They don't need to be working for you. They don't know how to fill out paperwork. So you always. Oh, stop. You are. So if they don't know how to do paperwork, they don't need to be working for you. Because guess who reads the paperwork? Doctors. And when I first started, the only way you can get stuff done as a paramedic is you gotta paint the picture for the doctor. If you can't paint the picture, and you gotta do that in your report, you gotta explain why you did it and all that. You see, if you can't do it, you don't need to be working for me. And he was like, yeah. Control R. No, okay. Control I. Control R. It won't pick up that last one. Ah, let's put it on there. Should have done that the first. Okay, everything's latched down. And he worked for me for that. He worked with me that week. He's like, I did not realize. It opened his eyes up. Because I was called out. I mean, this is a a very rural county. They don't get that many calls. I mean, we had one shift with no calls. But his squad, about every call that they had, they called for a QRV medic or called for paramedic intercept. And I did all the paramedic intercepts. He said, because one guy's like, on that, he said, contact Craven County. I'm requesting a paramedic intercept. Negative. I just got on the radio. Negative. I'll be there. PM1 responding. As PM1 responding to paramedic intercept call. 10-4. No, we need Craven County. I got a code. You got a code. Okay. Then I can get there. You just need one more person. He said, we got 2 people on the. We got 3 people on this KRB. Is that it? Let's see. Needs rope. Okay. So all this will go to. All this will go to the old grain museum. You see, he did not realize the BS my squad thing. We went to that paramedic intercept for his ambulance that had quote a code, and a code means that the person's in cardiac arrest. It means the patient's heart has stopped. We get there. I hopped into the back of the ambulance along with him. The patient is alert and conscious. Patient is alert and conscious. Okay, so where's the code? Oh, he's complaining of chest pain. That's not a code. That's a chest pain call. Okay. Sir, why does your chest hurt? And paramedic, the enemy is like, because his heart's wrong. And his boss was like, shut up. Because he saw I was ticked off as soon as he said, because his heart is, and he knew I was ticked when that enemy said, he says, my son hit me in the chest with a football hard. And knocked the wind out of me. I'm still having a little trouble breathing, and my chest hurts from it. I did. Okay, he might have cracked a rib. Put him on oxygen. Transport him to the hospital. You don't need a paramedic. He said, on your way back, call me when you get to the station. Okay. He hopped in that QRV with me. He said, now I know why the medical director is pissed. I did not realize they would call him for such BS. They said, well, the first thing is the intermediate didn't give me a patient update. Oh, the patient was in a code. Patient was not in a code. Patient was not in cardiac arrest. Patient was alert and oriented times 3. Did not tell me he was injured. And I said, he didn't give me a size up. He didn't paint a scene for me. I had to actually do patient evaluation on the patient. He didn't give me any evaluation of the patient. I mean, the evaluation I got was what he said over the radio. I have a code, which to me means he's in cardiac arrest, which he is not in cardiac arrest. He wasn't even close to being in a code. And he's like, yeah, I know. He said there was no need to call for a paramedic when he called for a paramedic. None. Zip. Zero. Now you know why the medical director's mad at you? He said, yep, I'll make sure that every intermediate. He said, are you going to also do the same thing with Jazz? I'm like, yes, I'm going to do the same thing with Jazz. As a matter of fact, you weren't supposed to be my first victim. He said, what do you mean? I wasn't supposed to be your first victim. And I said, you weren't supposed to be my first victim. Somebody else was. He said, who? I said, I'm not going to tell you. You warned them. 376. Okay. So it was like that whole week. I mean, let's get back to that call. He told they got back into the county, but since I was on a QRV, I could go anywhere in the county. He said, let's go to my station. I want to talk to that enemy. He said, okay. You know he's going to ride with me, so I'm going to teach him. He said, it doesn't matter. That was a bullshit call. He should not have been there. He said he should have done better patient care and all that and this, that, and the other thing. I've been having problems with him. I said, well, You've been having problems with him, and you haven't taken care of it. Well, did you point him out to the medical director, saying, "Hey, I think this guy needs to be retrained"? Well, that's your job, isn't it? Well, he said, "Do you want to talk to him, or do you want me to talk to him?" He said, "Well, I'll, I'll talk to him, but I want you there in case he has any questions I can't answer." Okay. So he called him to his office. He started reading him the riot act about this. Everything I taught him so far about when to call for a paramedic, he was teaching that guy. He said, and he just started going, oh, I thought he was in cardiac tamponade. That's why I called. Cardiac tamponade. How do you know he was in cardiac tamponade? Well, do you know how to read cardiac tamponade on the oscilloscope? Oscilloscope? On the Zoll. It's called an oscilloscope. Oh, well, no. Then how do you know he was in cardiac tamponade? Well, due to the mechanism of injury, and he was complaining of chest pain, so I automatically assumed he was in cardiac tamponade. Was his lips blue? No. Was his heart rate fast or slow? No. Okay. Do you know what the signs and symptoms of cardiac tamponade is? No. Then how did you think he was in cardiac tamponade? And he was like, I don't know if I can handle this job anymore. And his boss was like, why? I mean, you're yelling at me, and you had this new guy yelling at me. I was trained as an intermediate. I've been an intermediate for 2 years now. I've been working EMS for 5 years. I've been working for this county for 2. I'm. You even your evaluations on me. My yearly evaluations are always good. You making me feel like I'm dirt. He said, well, everything he said was the truth. And he wasn't yelling at you. He was talking to you in a nice, calm voice. I was yelling at you, yeah, because you embarrassed the hell out of me. But yeah, I was yelling at you. He wasn't. He was talking to you in a nice, calm voice. He said, I get my ass handed by medical director every time he comes into work and reads about a paramedic intercept from Jones County. He calls me up on the phone and chews my ass out. You think your ass gets chewed for that? I tell you what, the next time the medical director calls me, I'll call you in. I'll tell the medical director, wait, I need to call somebody. I want them to listen to this call. I want them to listen to this call so they can understand. Yeah, I got some more. So they can understand how I get chewed out. So I'll make sure that you understand. And at that time, the medical director walked. Oh, Control R. It was funny as hell. Medical director walked in the middle of the conversation with that intermediate. He walked in. He said, "Hi guys, how you doing?" I said, "All right, hey buddy, how are you? I heard that code blue. How come you cleared the call?" I told Well, and the EMS director at Jones County was like, well, um, there was he was he misquoted what he was saying. He it wasn't this, it was this, and so oh, I want Buddy to answer the question, not you. So I told him what happened. He's like, hmm. So who was the guy who called? I said, this guy right here. He said, oh, okay. And he looked at the medical director. He said, what are you doing about it? He said, well, we're discussing it right now. He said, oh, okay. And I told him next time you call me about paramedic intercept in Jones County that wasn't necessary, that I want him on the phone call. And he's like, oh, I can do that now. And he just ripped into the that director. And he looked at the intermediate, and he looked at me. He said, what's your opinion of that intermediate? Well, I'm like, that's the first time I saw that intermediate. But the director, EMS director, has told me that he's been having problems ever since he was hired. When did he tell you that? He said after when we were after we cleared the call on the way to the station here. He said, "Oh, really? He's been having problems with him. That's interesting. He never told me he's had problems with him." He said, "Nope." He said, "Okay. Well, you still have 4 more days with Buddy next week. As of right now." He said, "What do you think? You think I should suspend that intermediate privileges?" I said, "From what I saw, he doesn't deserve to be an intermediate." Is this the rope maker? He doesn't deserve to be working in this county right now, from what I observe. Oh no, this is a farm. This ain't the rope maker. This ain't the rope maker. Yeah, from what I see, yeah, he doesn't deserve to be an intermediate anywhere. An intermediate should be able to do it. Should be able to tell the paramedic what's going on. He didn't tell me. He told me squat when I pulled up on the scene. Over the radio, he told me he had a code, which wasn't a code. Wait a minute. Where is the rope maker? Is this the rope maker? Yes, this is the rope maker. Ah, ropes. Here's your sign, buddy. And I'm like, if I was his boss, he would have been fired right on the spot. He's like, oh, fired on the spot, huh? I said, yep. He said, the call was that bad? I said, yep. And he was like, what do you mean the call was that bad? I'm like, the call was that bad. Let's buy it. Hit okay. No! Enter. 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 R. Now, Cotton, we want this one activate. Actually, spawn and activate. And he's like, okay, I can't fire him. He can, but I can't fire him. But I am going to suspend him. And starting Monday, you are going to evaluate this intermediate for me. What do you mean? He said, I want him starting next week, the next victim. What about, he said, don't say his name. I said, okay, I won't say his name. You'll get him next after this guy. Okay, will do. But unless you're going to fire him, if you're going to fire him, then we don't have to worry about scheduling. He's like, really? But he's one of my best intermediate. That's what you told me. You say he's your worst intermediate. But I that means I would have to find somebody. I can't. Oh, well, you got part-time employees working for you, right? Yeah. Well, the part-time employee can work the rest of his shift starting now, because he's immediately suspended. So you better call somebody in. For right now, I'll fill in. I'll fill in on the ambulance until you get somebody in here. So you better get on the phone now. You see, you can't fill in on the ambulance. Why? I'm the medical director. I can do anything on an ambulance. I can do a lot more on an ambulance than Buddy can right now. I got my medical bag with me. I can do doctor stuff. He's like, he did not want him on the ambulance. He said, okay. The guy's suspended starting next Monday. He's going to be with Buddy for the week. And Buddy's going to give me an evaluation of him at the end of the week. If he thinks the guy is okay. Wait a minute. I'm supposed to. When somebody's bored. When somebody's boarded or being retrained, I'm the one who's supposed to evaluate them at the end of their retraining. He said, nope. Well, yeah, he is for the county, but I'm the medical director and I suspended him, so I am the one who has to reevaluate him. And Buddy will give me his evaluation of him. So you can go home. You're suspended. You're no longer an intermediate anywhere. You can't operate as an intermediate. You can't operate as a paramedic. You can't operate as a basic. You are nothing in these counties. If I catch you on an ambulance, even operating as a basic, I will make sure you no longer work in any of my counties as a basic, well, a medical responder. You won't be able to do squat in any of my counties if I catch you on an ambulance until Buddy has cleared you. Or until Buddy has made his decision. Okay. The guy was ticked off, so he left. He said, well, the guy's being retrained with Buddy next week. You have to pay him the hours that he works. Unless you're firing him. And if you're firing him, you don't have to worry about it. So, the guy went home. And finished training with the director. And the director was like, I did not realize how out of touch this county was. I said, I'm going to start a retraining program, classes. Everybody's going to have to take even the basics. I said, well, who does your classes? Because you have to go through. What college does your accreditation? It's Lenore Community College. Oh, I know the EMS director of that college. He said, I I can probably get them to clear me and hire me. I'll do the class if you want, but I have to for them to be accredited. They have to go through me. So you can do that. He said, you know how well known I am now throughout the state. I have people. I mean, she asked me to become her paramedic instructor. To be be the instructor for all her paramedic classes. I mean, I've gone there and held classes, taught a few classes, both in rescue and in paramedic classes and in media classes on certain subjects. But I mainly covered the rescue stuff because of my training and my part of the National Fire Academy rescue trainer. And he said, you wait a minute, National Fire Academy, that's up at Emmitsburg, Maryland. You still teach here? Yeah. I teach there every once in a while. I go up there at least once a month and hold a class, on a weekend class. You drive all the way up to Maryland? I was flying up there. They pay for me to fly up there and pay for me to fly back, and they give me a rental car and hotel room, and I teach the class for a weekend. And since I got this Monday through Friday gig now, I might do 2 weekends a month. He said, I'm a nationally certified, I'm internationally certified to train in rescue and be a trainer in rescue internationally. I still am part of the emergency response team at Homeland Security. As a matter of fact, I have my own crew. I'm in charge, and we do 1 weekend a month training just like the military. He's like, you work for Homeland Security? Yep. And he was just like, I don't believe you. He said, I'm known nationally. I don't know. I'm 44. Hmm. Yeah, we'll take that. We need the grass. And while I'm here, how much is field 3? How much is field 2? 115. How much is field 6? 225. Nope. How much is field 3? 105. I might be up by field 3. Is there anything on field 3? Field 7 is Sorghum. Okay. Okay, we got the rope maker. So we're chugging away there. Literally. So we can start making rope. And start delivering rope to playground. But after I trained that guy, he had and he talked to the EMS director at Lenore Community College and said that I was willing to set up a course. And she's like, "What kind of course?" The buddy wants to set up. When he said a course on when to call for assistance. When to call for assistance is what it's called. What it's called. He said, "What do you mean by call for assistance?" He said, "Basically, what he wants to do is," and she gave him the rundown that basically that he just wants to let people know when they're to call for a paramedic or when they're calling for a rescue squad or something like that. because ambulances are getting tied up with this, that, and the other thing when they don't need to be going to certain calls. He said 911 itself is bad enough, but when you have 911 on top of 911 taking away resources, you have one 911 system taking away resources from another 911 system. He said our people are so out of touch. I mean, and he gave the example of the one guy called for code and it wasn't a code, and he's like, "Ah, okay, I understand what Buddy's gonna do now. Yeah, no problem. I'll talk to Buddy. We'll set up a curriculum, and we'll set it up as continuing ed." And he said, "What do you mean you know what Buddy's talking about?" "Oh, Buddy teaches a class to all my intermediates on when to call for a paramedic. All my intermediate students and basics. When to call for help. I swear I have not been drinking. When to call for help." Right? And she's like, "Yeah, that class is very interesting. He taught me a few things that I didn't even think about." I tried to get him as a paramedic instructor full time. He said he still wants to be active. He said, "Well, I can get you a part time job at Lenore County." I'm like, because I was the second one that called him when I found out he was fired from Wayne County. I understand 20 people around the area called trying to grab him up, and Dr. So and so got him. And I'm like, "Yep." He was the first one that called. And he was the one able to get him to get him signed up. Also, let your other EMS directors know about the class too, because some of the counties have been asking me for Con Ed and certain Con Ed, and that'd be a very buddy teaching that class would be great for anybody to take, even paramedics. She and he was like, "Even paramedics? Yeah, paramedics are the worst." Because you got paragods. You got paragods that think they know everything but don't know jack squat. Is he going to be talking about patient assessments? Yeah, that's one of the class. That's one of the things. Good. He said the class. He said he'll do it. It's going to be about 12 days long. He said he'll do it in the evening. It'd be 24. It'd be 1 month long class. And he'll do it after he gets off work here in Jones County. What do you mean after he gets off work? after he gets off work at Jazz. So I taught the class. When I got that intermediate that called for the code, his first day, he was supposed to be there at 7 a.m. I told him to be there 15 minutes early. That's why I teach everybody. You always show up 15 minutes before your shift starts. So in case a late call comes in, you can hop in. Plus, you can get your truck by 7 o'clock. Your truck's all checked out, and you don't have to worry about anything. You're good to go on a call. He said, "Well, I don't work for you. I work for the county." Well, yeah, you work for the county, but you're being retrained, and as of right now, you're working for me. You're getting paid by the county, but you're working for me. Well, I'll be there when I'm there. First day shows up at 9 o'clock. He walks in at 9 o'clock. "Okay, I'm here." I said, "Nope, you go home. You don't get paid. Today doesn't count." He said, "Why?" I told you to be here at 7 o'clock. At 6:45. You're not here at 6:45 tomorrow? Don't bother showing up. You didn't call me or anything. You didn't call your boss saying well, I had car trouble. It doesn't matter. You did not call me. You did not notify me. You did not notify your boss, because I called him asking if he heard from you. And he said, "Nope, I did not hear from him." I said, "Well, he hasn't shown up." And I told him, that's strike one. You get 3 strikes with me. You're on strike one. Go home. You don't get paid today. So he went home. He was there. I show up at 6:30. Because the station we were running out of is also a transport. It also had a transport station. They had one intermediate 911 truck and a transport station, a transport vehicle, and a wheelchair. And a wheelchair van. And so because there was a nursing home right down the street from where we were at. But next day I showed up at 6:30. I was at the station at 6:30, and I had an hour and a half drive, so I left at 5 o'clock every morning. I showed up at 6:30 every morning. Just make sure check supplies, see if I needed see if anybody needed anything, because I was also the director of that station. So I talked to they had a transport crew that worked 20 that it was a 24-hour transport truck. So I always came in half hour early, check with them, see how they were doing, see if they needed anything. Because I also had to do the scheduling, see if anybody needed a day off or something. Always chat with my people, let them know what was going on, what my plans were. Hey guys, I really do appreciate the likes. So I would just go on. Showed up at 6:30. That guy showed up exactly at 6:45, like I told him. He said, "I'm here." He said, "Okay, good. Check off the QRV." He said, "What do you mean check off the QRV?" "Check the QRV off. Here's the checklist. From now on, you're in charge of that QRV. You are the one responsible for that QRV. You must make sure everything is on that truck. Every time you come back, any equipment that's taken off, you are responsible for replacing it. Now, the narcotics, I'm in charge of. You can't have, you won't have the keys to the narcotics. That's the only thing on that QRV you will not have any responsibility is the narcotics. Everything else, you are responsible for it. And I will go behind you. Remember, you already got one strike. And every time we pull back into the station, you better make sure that QRV is restocked. And you have 30 minutes from the time we pull in to the station to restock that ammo, to restock that QRV. Basically, as soon as you get out off the QRV, you better start restocking. And if I used a ton of stuff, you better believe you better replace a ton of stuff. And he said, okay. So he starts checking off the truck. What's this? This is a checkoff list. Yeah, it's a checkoff list. You check and verify everything that's on there. You count. It says 10 4x4s. Well, that's what we have to have minimum. I want minimum 10 4x4s on there. I mean, I have to count each 4x4? Yes. Why don't you just keep... Oh, that's not 10 packages. That's 10 boxes of 4x4. We don't keep that much on the ambulance. He said, why do you keep 10 boxes of 4x4s? Triage? I'm also a triage officer, so we gotta do triage. I'm also a triage response vehicle. He's like, I didn't realize you carried all this equipment. You carry more equipment than the ambulances do. I said, yeah, there's a reason. I'm a triage. I do triage. And a triage vehicle have to have extra supplies and everything. He said, I didn't realize. Oh yeah, that's another thing you're gonna learn this week is how to triage. I am? Yep, you are. Everybody who works with me is gonna learn how to triage. You said, did my boss have to learn triage? Oh yeah, my boss had to check off the. Yeah, he's doing. I'm training him like I trained you. I'm training you like I trained him. I didn't show him any privileges. And my boss didn't quit. No, this is bullcrap. Blah 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 blah. I said, okay, you're looking at strike 2 right now. It's called insubordination. And he's like, what do you mean insubordination? Well, I can't tell you. No, you can't. You're working for me. Insubordination. I was in insubordination. I didn't tell you. You're arguing with me. What I say goes. You don't argue with me. Period. End of conversation. Now, if you have a question, that's different. You don't tell me or say what I'm doing is bullcrap. I tell you what is bullcrap and what isn't bullcrap. You don't tell me what is bullcrap. Do I make myself clear? That's your first warning for strike 2. How many warnings do I get? Okay, that's strike 2. He said, but I said, you were talking back to me. You raised your voice. That's insubordination. You got one more strike. And I'll... Okay. I said, it's only been 5 minutes and you have 2 strikes. 5 minutes working, you already have 2 strikes. Congratulations. I said, have you learned something yet? What do you mean? What am I supposed to have learned? Who's in charge? Okay. First thing when you call for a paramedic, when that paramedic steps onto your ambulance, who's in charge? The paramedic. Yeah, same same thing. Do you talk to your paramedic? Say, hey, you need to do this and you need to do that. Well, no. Okay. The same rule goes here. I'm in charge. I'm teaching you. You're not teaching me. Just shut up and be quiet. So he keeps mumbling on the, and I said, I don't want to hear mumbles. What do you mean? I hear you mumbling underneath your breath. If I hear that, that'd be strike three, and you get to go home. And then I will decide whether or not you come back the next day. I mean, I was a mean SOB. No, I was a mean SOB with jerks like that. They learned quickly who was in charge. And he checked off the thing. Okay, handed me the checkup. The squad's all the QRV's all checked off. Okay, where are you going? I'm gonna check off the QRV. No, I'm putting on what was missing because I've already checked off the QRV and took off one thing, and you said it was there, and I know it's not there. He's like, what? He said what? And I said, well, how many backboards do we have on the QRV? We have two. Go check that again. Go check the QRV off and tell me again how many backboards are on there. Go check the QRV and tell me exactly how many backboards are on there. Okay. He came back, grabbed two backboards, put the two backboards back on the back on the QRV. He said, "I said how many were on there? There's two. No, how many were on there? One. Yeah, none. I'm sorry, none. Yeah, I took them off. There's a reason why I do things. I want to see if you're going to check off. You didn't check off. You just checked things off. I knew exactly what. I deliberately removed something off that truck. So next time you check that check that QRV, you better check that QRV. Because I will eliminate things." And he's like, "Can I ask a question?" "Yeah, you can ask a question. Why are you being so hard on me?" "I did the same thing to your boss. It's the first time he checked off the. I removed something else. And he caught it. Because he actually checked off the equipment. He said, I want you to do inventory. So I had him do it. He's like, what do you mean? Here's an inventory list. This is what we're supposed to have. I want to know exactly how many things. He said, but that's not my job. I said, it's your job today. He said, why do you want? Because I want you to know where everything is in this station. Because you're going to need to restock. And that's where you're going to restock. He's like, okay. And if you don't know where the equipment is, how are you going to restock it? Remember, you got a time limit on the restock when we pull into the station, and I will have my stopwatch working. So he starts doing inventory, and he picks up his phone while he's doing inventory. He calls his boss and starts complaining. And I could overhear the whole conversation from my the air ducts, the heating ducts in my office goes is connected to the storage, and you can hear everything that's said in that room. And he didn't know it, and he's complaining, and this that, and the other thing. He wants to get off this detail. He wants him to go talk to the medical director, get a reprieve for me, and all that. And he wasn't on speaker, so I couldn't hear what the directors told him. And he talked to him for an hour on that phone, crying. I mean, crying like a little baby. And when he was done with the inventory, we got a call. So I'm like, come on, let's go. He said, on this call, it's a paramedic intercept with another ambulance, one of yours, as a matter of fact. I want you to do the patient assessment. He said, I'll do the patient assessment myself, but I want you to do the patient assessment and tell me what you find. And I also want you to listen to see if they did something that you didn't do to me. He's like, what? Well, remember that code? You didn't give me any information about the patient. You didn't give me any about your evaluation of the patient. You didn't do jack squat. You just said code over the radio. That was it. So I thought the patient was in cardiac arrest. Come to find out, he was hit in the chest with a football. Got his wind knocked out of him. Well, I know. Guy had a bruised rib. He didn't have a broken rib. He had a bruised rib. He did not have cardiac tamponade like you tried to defend it. Reason why you called. And he's like, I'm like, this is EMS. You don't have time to cry. I want you to give me a patient evaluation. You don't have. I'll do an evaluation of the patient too, just to let you know. You're not going to be the only one evaluating the patient. But I'm going to observe how you evaluate the patient. I'm going to observe. There we go. I'm going to observe everything that you do. I'm your worst nightmare right now. Just remember that. I'm going to see how you evaluate a patient. That's one of the things I want you to do is learn how to evaluate patients. That's part of your regular job. That way you know when you're going to need a paramedic and how to do this. This is all reasons why I'm doing this. Okay, so we get there. And it wasn't a paramedic level call. I can make the call. No, paramedic services are not needed. Okay. But he gets there. He starts. First thing he asks from the intermediate, he knew the intermediate, so he said, "Hey Joe, what's going on?" Well, this guy is showing this on the monitor, and I think he's having heart rhythms. Oh, okay. Is he complaining of anything? No, he's not complaining of anything, but he just feels funky from time to time. Funky. Okay, that's a medical term. Funky. Okay. And I'm listening to this. saw what was on the oscilloscope, and I'm like, okay, normal sinus rhythm is what I'm seeing. And he said, okay, yeah, he's having cardiac dysrhythmia. So is that your evaluation? Yeah. Okay. One question. What's his BP? What? What's his BP? What do you mean? What's his blood pressure? Tell me what his blood pressure is. You didn't ask any vital signs. You didn't take any vital signs. So how do you know he's in cardiac dysrhythmia? Hmm? Explain to me how he's in cardiac dysrhythmia. I see an irregular heartbeat every once a minute. He's probably had that in his entire life. It has nothing to do with his heart. You can let the nurse know he's not having a cardiac episode. He's not having a cardiac episode right now. You didn't ask. I want you to evaluate that patient. Take vitals, everything. Okay. And the guy's looking at me like, who the hell are you? I'm like, I'm paramedic. He's my trainee. Sorry. Well, his blood pressure is 110 over 60. It's low. I said 110 over 60 is normal. Oh. Well, his heart rate's 60. He's athletic. He has his heart rate's going to be slow. That's normal, and it's not that slow. 60 is good for a guy in his that athletic. And the guy's like, yeah. What's his temperature? Oh, his temperature. I didn't take a temperature. Why not? Guy's saying he's feeling funky, right? Not feeling good, right? Yeah. Uh-oh. Am I stuttering? Yes, I'm stuttering. There we go. Okay. Sounds back. So what's his temperature? Oh, let me take his temperature. Temperature's 102. Oh. Okay. So he has a high fever, huh? Yeah. This is an immediate squad, right? Yeah. So what would you give him? This is an immediate truck, right? Yeah. Intermediate. What would you give him? High fever. I can give him aspirin. Yeah. You can give him aspirin. You have Tylenol in your truck, right? Well, yeah. Why don't you give him some Tylenol? Oh. And yeah, he was complaining. Yeah, he was complaining of aches and pains too. That's the other reason why I thought he was. Yeah. Okay. Give him some Tylenol. Come on, let's go. So, give him some Tylenol. Just take him to the hospital. How long have you been feeling like this? Oh, for the last 3 days. Okay. Yeah, give him some Tylenol. I've been taking Tylenol. I've had a low grade fever. It's just shot up. That's why I called 911 because it was averaging about 100 degrees. I was taking Tylenol. I called my doctor, and the doctor said if it gets over 102, call 911 and go to the hospital. I'm like, okay, yeah, you're fine. You just don't need a paramedic. These guys can handle you, no problem. And he said, oh, okay. Do you want me to start an IV on him? Or do an IV lock on him? I said, no. Why? Why are you going to do an IV? Oops, I forgot. I still had that on. Why are you going to do an IV lock on him? Well, in case I need in case the hospital needs to do an IV. Well, if they need to do an IV, they can do an IV if they want to. Guy has his flu. Um, his vital signs are normal. He's not going to need an IV right now. He's not. You don't need to do an IV lock. You don't need to do saline lock. You don't need to run an IV. I can run an IV. He has a fever. That's the other thing. No, the only reason why you want to run an IV on a patient that has a fever is if his blood pressure was low. His blood pressure is not low. Blood pressure's well within normal, especially for his condition. You don't want to overload the system with fluids. Well, the doctor did tell me to drink plenty of fluids. Have you been doing that? Yeah, so you've been doing exactly what the doctor told you to do. You followed the direction of the doctor. Well, maybe I should. Do you want? You don't want. You don't need an IV, and you don't need one. So why waste the equipment? Why waste the stuff? Why charge him for something he doesn't need? What do you mean charge? Oh, you're getting a bill for the paramedic intercept, didn't they tell you? You get billed for everything that goes on in this ambulance. If they call for a paramedic intercept, they bill you for it. If they start an IV on you, they bill you for it. They bill you for anything that they do to you. If they give you a Band-Aid, they bill you for it. If they transport you to the hospital, they bill you for it. They do any intervention, they bill you for it. They will bill you for the Tylenol. They will bill you for the transport. I think the county will bill you for paramedic intercept because the county is getting a bill from Jazz every time I'm called out right now. I mean, what do you mean? They get charged automatically $200 every time they request a paramedic. And since I'm the only paramedic in the county, and I work for Jazz, and Jazz is providing the service, the county gets billed $200. If they have to do a mutual aid, it's up to that county. Craven County does $200. Carteret County charges them now $300. It was $200. They now charge them $300. Lenore charges them $300 because they were tired of the abuse of paramedics being called. And they started charging the county, and the county charges the patient. You get that bill from the county. You got to be kidding me. I said, nope. I thought this was a volunteer county. Oh, it's still volunteer. Even the volunteers now charge. County charges you for the volunteers, too. What? Yeah. I thought 911 was paid by the taxes. They said, no. Taxes don't even cover 911. What do you mean? Police are paid by taxes, yeah. Dispatch is paid by taxes, yes. But the equipment for 911 for an ambulance is expensive as hell. Taxes don't cover that. That's why they charge for ambulances. Even the sheriff's department charges for certain calls to commercial businesses. They're like, they do? Yeah. If their burglar alarm goes off and it's a false alarm, they get billed. for tying up a deputy for that. They get charged the time, how much it costs the county to send the deputy out there, plus the fuel, plus wear and tear on the vehicle. They do? Yeah. I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of things you don't know that they do that a lot of people didn't know. They have to. This to cover the expenses. It is expensive to run a 911 service. Well, fire trucks are fire departments volunteer here. Do they charge? Yeah, but they charge your insurance company. If you got a house fire, you your homeowner's insurance pays the fire department. Plus, your vehicle tax goes to the whatever local fire department you live in, whatever fire district you live in. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's why the local fire department um, tells you what fire district you live in. That's why, because the tax goes to that fire department. And since Jones County, Jones County fire is all under one umbrella, the county gets the taxes from your vehicles, and then they give a budget to they give the budgets to the local. Each department has a set budget per year that they get, and that's why you see a lot of volunteer fire departments have um my mind this one barbecues and so on, is because taxes don't even cover the equipment that is needed to run a fire department. Now they do apply for government grants. They do apply for this, that, and the other thing. But it still costs money. Everything is expensive nowadays. And the guy's like, well, thank you. I did not know that. I'm going to have to talk to my county commissioner. Yeah. Might want to do that. Might want to talk to your county senator and congressman about allocating budgets for your EMS and fire and police. Well, who pays you? Johnson Ambulance Service pays me. And Johnson Ambulance Services charges the county. And if we do have a 911 truck Monday through Friday, 7 to 8 to 7 p. Just like I work as a QRV medic. The ambulance will charge you. You won't get a bill from the county. You'll get if our 911 truck picks you up, you get a bill from Jazz. And I've been told by patients already that have had transport by Jazz that Jazz is a lot cheaper than the county bill for the same call. And they want to know why we charge less than the county. We charge what it costs. If you have, we bill you insurance. County doesn't bill you insurance. So if you get this ambulance bill, you can contact your insurance and try to get it paid. County does not do that. Jazz does. So that's a another fee saved. And sometimes they don't pay it all, so they'll pay a portion of it. So when you get the bill from Jazz, you get what's owed. What's after the your insurance company collects. When you get a bill from the county, that's before you try to bill it with um, your health insurance. And he was like, "I okay, I didn't know I had to do all that. Hell yeah!" And they should tell you, but 9 times out of 10, they don't tell you that part. Oops, you. There we go. And how are the sheep doing today? Meadows at 100%. You still got a lot of grass. That's good. Oh, yeah. See what we got today that we can do. 13,000 bale wrapping. Oh, that's not. 19,000 cultivating. Still looking for people to do that. Hmm. I wonder if I can take both from Ben. Okay. 31,000. Oh, that's that god awful thing. 13. Let's take that one. And then let's take these two. Oh, crap. I pressed the wrong button on. Okay. I forgot to get the equipment on the. I wanted the John Deere equipment. I screwed up. Or did I? Did I hit the right button? Nope, I pressed the wrong button. I bet you $5,000. Bet you $5,000. I hit the wrong button. Sure did. I did the wrong button. The other equipment was bigger. All right. So where are we going to first? Field 35, field 15, where are we? We're right here. So let's do field 15, then we'll go do field 28, and then field 85 going there. Okay. Oh, you want that there. Or where do you want it? I got one load going to there. This is. Oh, so this one's going to. What field am I doing? 2 acres. 1.3. Okay, so field 15 is going to there. Okay, let's do that one. So this one's going to there. Okay. That guy. Oh yeah, and we at the end of the week that guy quit because the last day, the medical director showed up. Uh, showed up Monday because I told the medical director I sent him home on the first day. I said he still has one more day, and I had two people I was training then. The other guy that medical director wanted me to train, plus that guy. Medical director showed up that day, and both of them were like, "What are you doing here?" He said, "Well," and I'm like, "I don't know. Ask him." What's the medical director doing here? I don't know. Ask him. I'm not the medical director. I can't read minds. Let's take. Oh wait, no, let's take a look at the map. 2.79. No, go back here. 2.49. No, what's the other one? 85. The other one was 15. That's 5.7. So this must be 15. Must be the one $7,000 one. This is what happens when you have too many contracts. Okay, 85 is going to here. I'm going to assume 15. There we go. It broke down. So 15 is going to go to here. And then 28 is going to come to here. Okay. Now we got it. So we're going to start off at 15. So we'll go ahead and start off at 15. But that guy, the medical director showed up. He showed up at 8 o'clock. And both those guys, I was going over something with them. I forget what I was going over with them. But I was going over something with them. And the medical director showed up. And he said, "Hey, buddy. Hey, how are you? When you're done with them, meet me in my office. Meet me in your office." I'm like, "Okay." Because we had an excellent medical. That medical director was excellent. He would stop by at least once a week just to chat, just to see how I was doing, seeing how things were going in this county. Because he wasn't getting the straight. He wasn't getting the straight story from the director, the EMS director. So he stopped by me at least once or twice a week, and he'll hop in the QRV and ride with me. And and he loved the guy I had my QRV driver. He loved him. He was a local guy. He knew everything. He knew every place in the county. And he was, I mean, he knew everything. Oh, I mean, he knew everybody in the county, and his basic skills were great. There we go. While that's unfolding, set this up. He knew every place how to get to one end of the county, and it was a good sized county, but he knew every shortcut in the county. And he was a great basic, and I actually got him to get his intermediate. He was that good. He was that good of a basic. Yeah, he got his intermediate. Ooh, I get straw out of this. Cool. I forgot I had that mod. You can get that from the mod hub in game. So yeah, I get to collect this. But so I talk. They were all nervous, like, "Why is the medical director here? Why is the medical director here?" Hey, he shows up once a week, twice a week. He didn't show up last week. Yeah, he did. He showed up last Monday. Remember when I sent you home? You showed up at 9. Yeah, well, he showed up about half an hour after you showed up. He shows up depending on. I mean, he lives in this county. Didn't you know that? No, I didn't know that. Yeah. So if he works the night shift at the ER, because he pulls shifts at the ER, he's in charge of the ER, and he pulls night shift. If he pulled a night shift at the ER, he'll stop by here and talk to me. On his way home, I'm like, yeah, if he's bored, if it's a day off, he'll come by. Say, hey, let's go to lunch. Okay. You're that tight with the medical director? Yeah. How are you that tight with the medical director? Well, my reputation precedes me. Reputation? Oh yeah, didn't you know he's a he worked he's they start he yeah he's a he works for Homeland Security. Ah, crap. Hit the wrong button. Yeah, he works for Homeland Security as a emergency response paramedic and rescue worker. He does? Yeah. He does. Yeah, well, and the medical director was MASH doctor, and he's still in the reserves. So they have war stories they talk about. I'm like, yeah, whatever. So you all take care of what I just told you to do, and I'll be back. So I go talk to the medical director. The medical director saying, "What were you teaching them?" I was just trying to get them to do inventory together and how to operate as a team. Just 2 minutes ago. No, I want you to go forward, not backwards. And they couldn't do that. So how's that guy? I want your evaluation on him. You want to do it in front of him? No, I want you to tell me because I've already picked up on a couple things. What do you mean you've already picked up? I haven't finished evaluating him. Well, I talked to some of the paramedics. about him, and I also talked to his partner about him. What do you mean you talked to his partner about him? Well, his partner had some things to tell me that he does. Okay. Well, the first day I sent him home, that was strike one. Yeah. Didn't get a third strike. He did get strike two for insubordination. You mean he was insubordinate to you? Oh yeah. He was arguing with me why I was doing things. On the first 5 minutes in, he was arguing with me. And he kept on going, and he spent an hour on the phone with his boss to get his boss to contact you to tell him I did not need to do this. And that he better get him out of this or he's going to sue the county. And this and the other thing. How do you know? The boss, did the medical director contact him? And he said, did the EMS director tell you that? He said, no, I heard the whole phone conversation. I was in my office, and you can hear everything that's said in the storage room. He was in the storage room complaining. I couldn't hear what his boss was saying, but I could hear what he was saying. He's like that. He said, "Did you call? Did you call Henry?" I said, "No, I didn't call Henry. I was gonna wait to see if Henry called me. Give me heads up or something." Nope, he didn't do anything. So I'll take care of that. And then our first call we had together, I paramedic intercept with one of his ambulances. I told him, "You're going to do patient assessment on that patient. I want to see how you interact with the immediate that has the patient. You are going to be in pretend only. You are going to be the paramedic." And as I quote, "I will be the paramedic in charge, and I will determine the treatment and all that. You won't. You just give me the patient assessment. That's all I want from you." And it turned out to be a guy with the flu. He got on the truck. He called his buddy by name, asked him what was going on. Uh, he said he was feeling funky, and I noticed that I put him on the cardiac monitor, and I noticed a strange beat every once in a while, and I recorded it. And here, I think he's having a cardiac episode. That's why I called for a paramedic. So that's why you called for a paramedic. Man, I was just thinking that. I said, okay. So I just looked at. Let me get this thing started and heading over there. Let me. I might have to get mine. So I told him what happened. I said he didn't evaluate the patient at all. He just took the word from the intermediate. He never asked for the vital signs, and the intermediate on the ambulance never gave him any vital signs. So he told me that the patient was having a cardiac episode. That was his evaluation. And I'm like, okay, what's his blood pressure? What? What's his blood pressure? He asked his buddy, "What's his blood pressure?" And he's like, 110/60. Okay, that's normal. The guy's athletic. That's normal. Okay. What's the guy's pulse? Don't ask. Don't tell me. Tell him. Okay. What's the guy's temperature? What? We don't take temperature. You have a thermometer on this truck, right? Yeah. Why do you have a thermometer on the truck? To take temperatures. Yeah. What's his complaint? Let me ask you. I'm like, stop right here. I'm going to take the patient. What's your complaint, sir? He said, well, I've been feeling, I've been having a low grade fever for the past 3 days. I called my doctor. Doctor told me to take Tylenol, drink plenty of fluids. He thinks I just had the flu. He said if the temperature gets above 102 to call 911 and go to the hospital. I'm like, okay, what was your temperature? When I took my temperature was 102.5. So I called 911. My wife called 911. I'm like, oh, okay. So you so you did exactly what the doctor told you to do. Okay. I said, now take his temperature and you tell me what his temperature is. So they took his temperature. It's 102. Okay. So what's the treatment for this patient? What do you mean? This isn't a paramedic call. This is an immediate call. What's 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 the treatment for this patient? Transport to the hospital? What? No. What medication do you have on this truck that you can give him? I can do a saline lock. No. Oh, you want me to do an IV? No. What medicine do you carry on your truck? You, Toradol. No, that's for pain. Oh, um, I don't know. You have Tylenol on this truck, right? Yeah. You have it in pill form, right? Yeah. You have a little thing of water on your truck, right? Yeah. The medical director made sure that was on all 911 trucks in Jones County, right? Yeah. So what would you give the patient? Tylenol. Yeah. But what about an IV? What about saline locks? They might need it for the hospital. Or if the hospital needs to put an IV in him, then they can do an IV. Problem is, right now your patient blood pressure does not warrant a saline lock or an IV, and you don't want to poke people and cause an infection unnecessarily. You only do treatment that you need to do to the patient. Let's give him some Tylenol, transport him to the hospital. Let the hospital know he has the flu. Doctor says he has the flu. He has the flu. His blood pressure, his vital signs are all normal. His dysrhythmia is some normal sinus rhythm. He probably has he probably has an irregular heartbeat every once in a while. He's probably lived with it all his life. Did you know you have an irregular heartbeat? Yeah. Yeah. Doctor told me I had an irregular heartbeat. He said nothing to worry about. Is there something to worry about? No. Has it bothered you? Have you been hospitalized for it? No. Then don't worry about it. Have you seen a cardiologist about it? Yeah. What does the cardiologist say? Well, he says something I was born with and just normal. Did the cardiologist tell you to worry about it? You said no. He said this. Watch your diet. Watch your cholesterol. exercise regularly, which I do. I run when I'm not sick. I run about 10 miles a day. Hmm. I jog about 10 miles. I either run and walk 10 miles a day. I work out at the gym 6 days a week. Yeah. Oh, so you're physically healthy, physically fit. Yeah. Okay. So that's why your blood pressure's below normal. It's actually normal. Normal blood pressure is not 120/80. Everybody thinks it is, but it's not. Normal blood pressure set one is six, is 110/60. Even though 120/80 is normal, it's on the high normal. Anything over 120 is considered high. You're well within normal range. Your heart rate in normal range. Cardiologist didn't say anything about your heart rate. No, has your doctor? No, don't worry about it. Take the Tylenol. Go to the hospital. Let the nurses know what your doctor said, and go from there. Have a good day. I said he did not evaluate the patient at all. He just copied what the intermediate said. The intermediate on the truck didn't evaluate the patient, didn't ask him what was going on. All he asked, what's going on, and the patient told him, I just feel funky. What do you, and didn't ask what funky meant. Did not ask what funky meant. I said, did you tell the guy you funky? Yeah, I just feel funky, weird, you funky, you know? Oh, okay. Did you tell him why you called 911? Oh, he never asked. Oh, okay. And I said throughout the rest of the week, his patient assessment was lacking. Um, he really did not want to be here, and I could tell. And if he was my employee, after the training he was given, and still has an attitude, I wouldn't trust him on a truck. You wouldn't trust him on a truck? Nope. I said, I've been on calls with you. You know your crap. You know, I've seen how you deal with the intermediates here, personally. As a matter of fact, the medical director, the EMS director has called and complained about you. And I told him flat out, I've been on calls with him. He treats the intermediates with total respect. A lot more than they give him. They argue with him when he says his services are not needed, and it's actually his decision whether his services are needed. As a matter of fact, one of your intermediates, and I read his report, called for paramedic intercept. Paramedic showed up, refused to treat patient. Transported patient to Craven County, to Craven General. Got on Craven frequency and called for a paramedic intercept. Paramedic rode in the back of the truck and took over patient care. Paramedic report. No need for paramedic service. But due to patient's past history, stayed on board for intermediate's sanity. And I asked the paramedic, I talked to the paramedic, who wrote his report. And the paramedic said, yeah, that guy was totally freaked out. There was no need for paramedic. You know that they call Buddy, all right? Yeah, we heard him. We can hear Jones County dispatch, and we heard that Buddy cleared the call. Then why didn't you just refuse when you got on board to check the patient? Well, that immediate was freaking out and was freaking out the patient. So I just stayed on board. We were only like 10 minutes away from the hospital by the time we intercepted with them. So I just rode on board to calm the patient down more than anything else and calm the intermediate down because he was freaking out. Oh, okay. And I told that to the director, and he's like, "Well, I told him you have one more complaint about Buddy, it better be legit. If not, I'll have you ride with him again. And if you don't think I will do it, I will do it." And once he said that, only time he talks to him is when he does his check-in, when he stops by his office, does his weekly check-in, which is usually before he comes to see me. So you don't think he's good intermediate? I don't think he's a good basic. Okay, let's call him in. So we call him into the office. So today's your final day. What have you learned? You want the truth? Yes, I want the truth. What have you learned? I learned that jack shit. His guy thinks he's in the military telling people what to do. Excuse me? Were you in the military? Yeah, I served 4 years in supply. And he wants it. He wants this like a military action. No. Why are you not closing? There you go. Okay. Well, you're doing that. I gotta take this to this field. 2.4. Yeah, I did this field. So I'm taking that to this. Oh, why do I keep on doing that? Guy comes in. Yeah, this guy runs it. He thinks he's running a military operation, and he just starts ragging the hell out of me. And I'm like, I just kept quiet. Medical director looked at him. What else? And he's like, well, he's a dictator, and he made me do paramedic stuff, and I'm not a paramedic. Well, what do you mean he made you do paramedic stuff? He made me do patient evaluations on paramedic and stuff. Did he do the evaluation also? Yeah. Why did he make you do the evaluation? Why do you think he made you do the evaluation? Well, he says he wants me to learn how to do patient assessments. Like I don't know how to do patient assessment. I know how to do patient assessment. Well, Buddy kind of disagrees with you there. He said your patient assessment sucks. And I've talked to other paramedics that have intercepted your calls. They've actually come and complained about you. And I talked to some of your coworkers, and they had complaints about you, about how you do your patient, how you take care of your patients. What, my partner? Oh, not just your partner, but other people that have worked with you have complained about you. But they complained to the medical director. To the Not the medical director. They complained to your boss, the EMS director. They didn't complain to me. When I found out that they complained to him, I requested the complaints, and I read those complaints, and then I talked to those people who made those complaints while you were here training. That's what I did all week. And your medical, you can only operate right now as a basic on the QRV. No, you can't even you can only do what Buddy tells you to do right now in this county and the other three counties that I'm a medical director in. I'm taking your intermediate. I'm deboarding you. You're no longer boarded in this county, and I'm sending that to the state medical director with recommendation that your certification be pulled. What? Yeah. I knew Buddy had it in for me. He wanted to get me fired. Oh, you're not fired. That's up to your medical director. You work for the county. That's up to your EMS director. But you're no longer an intermediate. You're no longer boarded in this county. You're no longer boarded in any county that I operate. You will no longer be a basic in this county. You can't even be a basic in this county. I'm pulling all your medical privileges in this county and all the counties I am in. So you can't even operate as a basic or first responder. So it's up to him whether you're fired or not. But I think your job requires you to be boarded to be able to do your job. And I went, as a matter of fact, your boss is on the way right now. He'll be here in about 5 minutes. You can't, he can't fire me. He can't fire me. I know the county commissioner. I'm glad you know the county commissioner. You won't operate medically. You can't even give a guy an aspirin, let alone a Band-Aid in this county right now. And if I catch you, if I catch you doing it, I'll file charges against you for practicing medicine. What? Yeah. And that's a felony in the state of North Carolina. That means you can go minimum 5 years in jail. But I don't operate with a medical license. You operate under my medical license. That's why I'm the medical director. So if I catch you doing anything, CPR on a person and the person needs it, I'm gonna charge you. If I find out you do anything wrong, I'll find out. Okay, that one's done. What's the next field? No, I'm not completing it. Next field is field 30. Oh, 28. Okay. His boss shows up. His boss showed up 5 minutes later after he said, "Huh, oh, hi guys, what are you doing here? I thought I was just talking to Buddy about the evaluation. I didn't know you were going to be here." He said, "Oh, Buddy and I've already talked, and I have pulled his certification. I pulled his certification, everything in this county. He's no longer boarded in this county. He can't operate as a first responder in this county. He is caught doing anything medically, he will be charged with a felony. I catch him handing a Band-Aid out, I'm going to charge him." "You can't do that. He's my employee." "Oh, yes, I can. I'm the medical director. He operates under my direction, not yours." I'm going to end it here, guys. It's late. And I'll do the other two fields when we pick it up the following week. So, if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and bell. That way you know when the latest videos I do come along. I do appreciate you all watching. And I do appreciate the likes. So as always, have fun playing your games. Be safe out there in the world.